guys? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Thank you for the mods. Thank you for the members, subscribers. We are here. So are you guys. Check it out.
We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that this is not going cold. We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that no stone will go unturned. And I mean that. We are going to continue. This case is not going cold.
December 8th, 2022. Where are we in the investigation into the Idaho4, the University of Idaho, 4 slain students? Where are we in that investigation? Where are
Department about why it took more than a year to gather charging recommendations in a student's death. Yesterday, police recommended hazing charges in the death of WSU freshman Sam Martinez.
The problem is the statute of limitations for hazing has expired, making it so those charges cannot be prosecuted. Our Ian Smay spoke with Pullman Police and the chief today. Ian?
Whitney, a lawyer for the Martinez family, provided me with a statement today about the charging recommendations. The statement reads in part, quote, "It is with great sorrow and disappointment for the Martinez family to hear the news that the investigation was not completed in time to bring forward all of the potential criminal charges against the individuals who played a role in the hazing death of their beloved son and brother, Sam Martinez. This has been an unbearable, overwhelmingly painful experience for the Martinez family. However, they remain resolute." I spoke with Pullman Police Chief Gary Jenkins today about what led to delays in the investigation. Sam Martinez was a soccer-loving WSU freshman from Bellevue who died from alcohol poisoning after drinking at an Alpha Tau Omega fraternity event in 2019.
We wanted to do the best job possible to honor Mr. Martinez and his family. So I believe we have conducted a very thorough investigation.
Thursday, the Pullman Police Department recommended charges for hazing and providing liquor to a minor. The report did not recommend manslaughter charges. It is too late to file charges for hazing because more than a year has passed since Sam's death. Chief Gary Jenkins says it took a long time to track down witnesses who moved away.
The logistics of trying to set up in-person interviews with all the witnesses who many were not in Pullman when we were trying to interview them really added to the timeline of completing this investigation.
The other major hurdle was trying to access Martinez's cell phone for evidence.
We contracted with a company to try to do that for us. And they had it for quite a long time, and we actually did not get any results from that.
Jenkins says they had hazing charges in mind during the investigation and its 1-year statute of limitations, but he says detectives didn't want to risk rushing the investigation.
We did not want to run into a double jeopardy problem where we, for example, would submit a misdemeanor case of hazing, but still have a potential for a manslaughter charge, which might be precluded from prosecution if some adjudication were made on the lesser charge.
This is what Sam's parents had to say to our sister station last July.
Sam was just absolutely pushed to the brink by this ritual, by this tradition of hazing, and left to die alone in the basement of that fraternity. It's devastating to think about.
Jenkins also told me
Please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interview. And please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interview. The interviews and everything that's been done. This takes time for our investigators to work through. So please be patient as we work through this investigation. We owe this to these young kids, to these young adults. We owe it to them, and we are absolutely dedicated.
On December 27, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohlberger family residence located in Albright, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian C. Kohlberger.
I fully believe in my heart of hearts Brian Kohlberger is the DoorDash driver, and we're going to talk all about it. This to say for itself about the DoorDash driver. This is what it says. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Did you hear what I just said, ladies and gentlemen? I simply read what was in the arrest affidavit. But did you read between the lines and catch what it actually said? I'm going to read the important part one more time. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Some of you crime junkies out there in the true crime universe may or may not be familiar with Richard Allen from Delphi, Indiana. He's accused of making 2 young women pass away in a horrible way. He was arrested 5 years after the crime, and it turns out he self-snitched on himself immediately after the crime. He came in contact with an officer immediately after the crime and said that he was on the bridge that day, and it turns out he was wearing the exact same clothes as the bridge guy. Nobody was looking for.
Love it. $23. So you guys have any NFC go Ben, any whatever. Love it. $23. So you guys have any NFC go Ben, any whatever. Love it. $23. So you guys have any NFC go Ben, any whatever.
This is a preview file.
Her home. She's also raising questions about why her sister called a young man named Jack multiple times the night she was slain.
At 2:26 a.m., Kaylee starts to call Jack. Kaylee calls Jack 6 times between 2:26 a.m. to 2:44 a.m.
Gosh, I give you a lot of
For
credit.
example use only. This is a preview file. For example use only.
Was definitely worried about how long it was going to take.
The big story on Action News tonight is a major break in the murder of 4 Idaho college students. The arrest of a 28-year-old man in connection with the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students stabbed to death in their beds more than a month ago.
At about 2 a.m. on December 30th, 2,500 miles away from the scene of the murder, SWAT teams are breaking into a house in eastern Pennsylvania to make an arrest.
A break in the case that has gripped this nation. Police arresting a suspect, PhD student Brian Koberger.
He's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary.
This was finally proof to the families that investigators had been working the entire time on this.
This was a big step forward in hopefully the beginning of healing for a lot of people in this community, the university, the families, and bringing justice for those victims.
Investigators are working all right. Not just Moscow Police Department, but many agencies across Idaho as well as Washington, and even nationally, with an FBI task force of more than 42 agents assigned to this case. According to the press releases, Captain Dollinger of Moscow Police Department had a very important task, keeping the public updated, and most of all, panic-free in their little college campus town that is not used to violence. With the arrest of Brian Koberger came much relief for not only the victims' families, but the community. So many people were waiting to get the probable cause released due to it being sealed, due to Brian Koberger not being in Idaho and having to be extradited. This process took extra days, but it was finally released. A probable cause that would put a stamp on why they arrested Brian Koberger not for just for 4 murders, but also felony burglary. On November 13th, when Moscow Police Department first issued their first press release that was typed up, at the bottom, the Moscow Police Department does not believe there is an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary investigation. November 14th, the second press release. For anyone with information related to the homicide, please contact the Moscow Police Department at 208-883-7054. All press-related inquiries should be directed to Captain Anthony Dollinger. November 15th, we would see a double press release. Moscow Police Department releases that they determined early in the investigation that we do not believe there is an ongoing threat for community members. Evidence indicates this was a targeted attack. We are working closely with Idaho State Police investigators and with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. We are utilizing many other resources within law enforcement community to bring about a fast resolution to this incident. As soon as we have more information that we are able to share with the community, state, and nation, we will. Moscow homicide updates again on November 15th, the second one. Although no weapons have been located, based on preliminary information, investigators believe that an edged weapon, such as a knife, was used. Also, based on information from the preliminary investigation, investigators believe this was an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large. This would be the first time on November 15, 2022, that Moscow Police Department used the term isolated, targeted attack. The Moscow Police Department claimed that they were working closely with the Idaho State Police, and now for the first time they announced, as well as other state and federal law enforcement partners on this case. For me, and many others out there, it's never been about that we didn't think Moscow police, other agencies were working on this case. It was about what they were working on with this case.
He went to the police himself and self-reported that he was on the bridge that fateful day that those two girls passed away.
This is a Home Team Productions. First, go subscribe to Crime Circus. That took several weeks for an isolated, targeted attack that the police department immediately deemed that there was no imminent threat to the community. There is a difference of what you're working on versus who you're working on. The Moscow Police Department initially said that when they were able to release information both to the community, to the state, and to the nation, that they would. And at those times that they were able to do that, that they would. There was never a time where Moscow Police Department said that we would use our press release as well as television pressers to misguide the community. And so you have to ask yourself, why? Again, the day before the first television press conference on November 15th, as that television first press conference would happen on November 16th, in the media press release, it says that we are working closely with Idaho State Police investigators and with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. We are utilizing many other resources within the law enforcement community to bring about a fast resolve to this incident. As soon as we have more information that we are able to share with the community, state, and nation, we will. Well, what they shared with the community, with the state, and with the nation was that they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. Never once changing the years of that Hyundai Elantra, and in fact flooding their own tip line beginning December 7th, 2022. Why? They had, on November 29th, 2022, Brian Kohlberger's white Hyundai Elantra 2015 being reported by WSU campus police, and that being passed along to none other than investigator Officer Payne. Well over a week before asking the public for help with a wrong dated vehicle. Why? I, like so many others, when I first read the probable cause for Brian Kohlberger's arrest, thought it was beefy, thought it had a lot. It was 18 pages. I actually read it for the first time on a live broadcast. It wouldn't be until that next day, literally the next day, when I came out and said, after reviewing this PCA in more depth, this is all circumstantial to the point of questioning why we were misled as a community and as a nation to help in an area where they knew that that help would in no way, shape, or form possibly be able to aid in this investigation.
This is a preview file.
For example, get a pretty good timeline on Kaylee and Maddie the night of, from about 10:15 until shortly before 3 a.m.
Olivia Gonzalez says she discovered at least 6 calls from her sister Kaylee's phone between 2:26 and 2:52 made to a boyfriend in the early morning of November 13th. Detectives now saying these phone calls are a part of their investigation. Kaylee's family is firmly standing behind that boyfriend.
I know for an absolute fact that he is not a suspect. He is not suspicious. He is 100% innocent in this.
This new information adding more insight to the police timeline before Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed multiple times, likely while sleeping, by a Rambo-style knife. Kaylee and Madison were last seen at this food truck, moments later leaving with a rideshare driver. Police now saying they do not believe that driver is involved. Police now also releasing this map that is part of the latest search area around the home and asking for new surveillance video. This TikTok showing Kaylee, Madison, and Xana inside just weeks before. The 2 surviving roommates also in the video. We are blurring their faces because police have not identified.
More credit. Next, thank you, Drip Drop, because regardless on if I agree or not, real recognizes real. Well done.
They have a special section who is not believed to be involved. When we click it, I'm going to run down this list very quickly about who's not believed to be involved. The 2 surviving roommates, that would be Dylan and Bethany. The male in the Grove truck surveillance video. That's been rumored since day one that was Jack Showalter. However, there's a lot of males in the Grove truck video. Private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home on November 13th. That was rumored since day one that was an Uber driver, but then it changed to a...
All right, so number 1, they don't mention the DoorDash at any time during the investigation, meaning November 13th to the time that Brian Culper is arrested. The only time we hear about the DoorDash or anything like that happening that evening or early morning hours is when the PCA is released. So therefore, they are not going to publicly clear anybody that nobody knows about. Number 2, Brian's phone was not on during the possible order time, but for sure not on during the drop-off time. Meaning, Brian needs his phone on to utilize the driver app side of things. So first, he needs that on to be able to accept a delivery, which is all random. When you accept and get called upon to deliver somewhere, you don't know where you're going until you accept the delivery. Number 3, Brian's phone, according to law enforcement, was in either airplane mode or it was completely turned off between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, thus making it impossible for Brian to use this phone in connection with the quote-unquote driver app to pick up the order and to drop off the order, as it is GPS tracking the entire time and your movements are completely tracked. Where you're at this time, that time. This device could not have been the one used for the DoorDash.
When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect Vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of...
I believe that mess was the DoorDash driver, because approximately could be after 4 a.m. just as much as before 4 a.m. But I believe all of that talk in the PCA about a car making a 3-point turn, turning around, trying to park, that's your DoorDash driver. Xana received a DoorDash. Receiving a DoorDash at 4 a.m. or approximately 4 a.m. would need a paper trail on that. And that would require the app to be fully functioning, which would not have been possible through Brian Kohlberger's phone, as his phone was off, and that would have needed Wi-Fi to do that. So even being in airplane mode would not allow Brian Kohlberger to complete the entire transaction through DoorDash on the driver app side. Brian Kohlberger would have had to come out of airplane mode to complete the transaction if he was in fact the DoorDash driver working for DoorDash with that device. And that device never comes back on, or those towers, that device is off, or at least in.
And please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time.
On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian C. Kohlberger.
This is as live as it can get.
Steptoe Apartments, Pullman, Washington. Brian Kohlberger leased an apartment at Steptoe in Pullman, Washington from July 2022 till June 2023. Brian Kohlberger left Pennsylvania on June 25th, 2022 per his mom's social media post. Brian Kohlberger applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department, which actually goes through Washington State University. This means if Brian was accepted, he would have had academy training, 70-hour week training course, the week leading up to the first week of school. On December 30th, 2022, Brian Kohlberger would be arrested for the University of Idaho murders involving 4 slain students who were stabbed to death in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Truth and Transparency did research on what if Brian was accepted as that intern? What would be the duties of Brian as an intern? Upon researching, Truth and Transparency came across the Washington State University Intern Academy intro video. Check it out.
The Intern Academy is important for people because as interns, we back up officers.
Right there, guys, that is Cody Watts. Cody Watts, you want to know why he's important? Because that guy right there, he is involved in the Brian Drake, Daniel Moore. He is a Watts. Can you believe it, another Watts? But we got a case going up in Bonners Ferry in 2020. We have a case then that comes down here in Moscow, Idaho in 2022. And we got the Idaho State Police all up in this.
And do what they allow us to do. And without certain training, knowledge, and skills, we wouldn't be able to accomplish these things. We would be of
plain clothes with the Moscow Police Department doing ride-alongs. In the probable cause, Officer Payne says that Brian's phone pinged 12 times since the moment that that phone was functional until the day that they picked him up. 12 times on the same cell tower as the residents of 1122 King Road. Could those be during the times of any ride-alongs if Brian was in this program? Truth and Transparency went and obtained numerous body cam footage, and it was this channel that brought to light the ride-along X Factor, based on there being a ride-along in one of the videos at the victim's house. Do I think that that's Brian Kohlberger? No. But did it shed some light on a way to? But now it begs the question, who was that ride-along? Were they asked to fill out a citizen's application from anybody? But more importantly, it brought in the ride-along theory, which is if you took ride-alongs, then you could actually stalk people without stalking them and have an excuse for it, as well as be able to get the layout of a place and possible private information on each place. If Brian was in this program, one of the requirements is to work all home game days with helping traffic and crowd control. So in the PCA, the probable cause is one of the reasons they don't talk about Brian's whereabouts on that Saturday was because he was in fact working the home football game, Washington State University home football game. I believe that they left this part out of the PCA, the probable cause of him actually getting accepted into the position, because it would cause public panic. But it also makes sense why they're not talking about Brian's whereabouts on Saturday whatsoever, because of him, quote unquote, working and interning with the police department, or possibly departments if he helped out on both the Idaho game as well as him doing his duties at the Washington State University game. Now, by chance, I went ahead and went to the cadet program and just to see if their application was still up and their duties and how they basically, when you're interning, you're basically doing what the cadets are doing. The cadets are paid positions.
Honestly, I feel a little bit lucky knowing that we have somebody and there's a person of interest. Nothing feels worse than having nobody and just nothing but doubt. And 7 weeks of that, or close to 7 weeks of that, was a tremendous amount of pressure on us and, you know, your children.
This morning, Brian Kohlberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder.
It's just like a nightmare that you just never ever wake up from. There's not a second throughout the day that I don't think about Kaylee and what happened to her. It's sickening.
No, Steve, it took...
layers in that investigation. You have a YouTube investigation, basically, and you have law enforcement investigation going on. Does social media help or hinder a real-time investigation? Let's start from the beginning. 11/11/2022. In the morning, Kaylee bought her Range Rover all by herself, then left her mom's house to go show Maddie her new car and hang out for the weekend. They had a fraternity party set, hanging out for the football game on Saturday. On 11/11 that evening, they were at a formal. That would be Maddie and Kaylee. On 11/12/2022 at 10:31 a.m., Maddie paid Kaylee with a note that said coffee. That was a Venmo transaction. 10:59 a.m., Ethan paid Kaylee with a note that said thank you. Again, a Venmo transaction. At 11:10 a.m., just 11 minutes later, Ethan paid Kaylee again through Venmo with a note that says, yeah, yeah, yeah. 2:30 p.m., Kaylee called her mom after sending pictures and telling her about how much fun her and Maddie had at the formal. The Vandal kickoff for that final game was at 4 p.m. on that Saturday, 11/12. So the pre-gaming at that house, 1122 King Street, that would have begun a couple hours before that 4 p.m. kickoff. At 8 p.m. on 11/12, usually football games last about 2.5 to 3 hours.
Now, it was senior day for the Vandals.
Obviously, depending on the game. At 8 p.m., Ethan and Xana are at a fraternity, the Sigma Chi house. And that is located at 735 Nez Pierce Drive.
What's up, guys? So now we're inside the lodge. We just do stuff like philanthropies, brotherhoods, and socials in here.
Yeah, basically whenever there's a big group of people, we just like to kick it and chill in here.
So this is our study. We have the largest study on campus. This is the main room where people work on group projects and stuff, and then we got stalls up top.
All right, guys, what is up? Welcome to the transparency. A lot of things going on there. There's a lot of things going on in this case. Again, I want to say thank you to the moderators. They make chat amazing. Thank you to all of the members. Your guys' support has meant everything since the beginning. Thank you to the subscribers, those of you guys that have joined along the way, especially those of you guys that have joined because of the Idaho4 case. This is the first case that I've ever done in real time. All of my cases that I've ever worked on have been cases that are either like in post-conviction, cold, whatever, but I've never taken on a media case. So this is the first case that I ever took on right when it happened. And I'm not too proud to say that I believe that I slammed this case, and I believe that my work speaks for itself. But it's all of you guys that actually have a brain and that show up every single day that I've ever posted anything about this case, because I believe that you guys feel the same way. With that said, everybody's been waiting for the episode of, Lana, why do you think the $100,000 that Kaylee, were you coming up with the $100,000 that Kaylee was making? My source said that Kaylee was making $100,000 a year, and that's how she was able to afford her Range Rover, just like her lifestyle. That Kaylee was a hustler, okay? That Kaylee could go out and make her own money, just like a lot of people could do a lot of things if they put their minds to it. I think in 2023, for a very good-looking female, At her age, she could actually be working multiple jobs. And if you do them remotely and you do them smart, it's easy to make $100,000 a year. But the question for me is, why did investigators go for that angle immediately? They were the ones, investigators, doing their search warrants. They went immediately for, let's go out and get everything we can to do with everybody's finances. Why were finances such a big thing in all the search warrants? They went out and got all of these kids' finances, which I'm thinking, in college, what type of finances could you possibly have? Well, they actually went out and hit up the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor. Have you ever heard of the Department of Labor, like, hitting you up? Yeah, you know, that's what happened. Dr. Latina moderators and chat family. She's always here. She's always showing up, loving it. I've taken everything that I've done on this case, and I'm all about the truth, whatever it may lead to, whether it means that Brian Kober is the guy, he's the guy. Whether it means people from a sorority or fraternity, then they're the people. Whatever it is, it is. But my question is that why aren't we really truly talking about Kaylee's LinkedIn? It's not there. You know, all these other social media avenues are available, except for, LinkedIn is still social media, but LinkedIn is not there. And her sister came out and said, LinkedIn is not there. Where is it? What did you guys do with it? LinkedIn has to do with your work. Why would that not be there? That has to do with the $100,000 a year. That has to do with just getting a car. That has to do with, she's the only one that seems to be adulting, and everybody else is still living in college life, you know? And is that why people could say that Kaylee would be a target? Kaylee had a job with Extreme Networks. Like, I think Kaylee tried to give that year a go with reconciling whatever she had going on with Maddie in terms of friendship. Like, that was her best friend. That was like a sister growing up, right? So they're going to take this opportunity to live together their last year. But why wasn't Kaylee still involved with her sorority? What happened? What happened? Mr. and Mrs. Gonsalves said in an interview that when they were asked, has anybody been acting differently of the roommates, or, like, you know, what's up? The only people, I should say person, the Gonsalves knew besides their daughter was Maddie. They didn't know the other people. They may have known of them, but they didn't know them enough to be like, oh, they're acting different. No. Kaylee wanted out of whatever was going on. She left. If you want to believe everything that her parents have said, she moved out. Billy Joel, I'm moving out. She moved out. She was conflicted to go back there. And then on the weekend that she was conflicted to go back there, she dies. You don't think that the parents and anybody that knows anything would know, like, what's going on at that house, why my daughter wanted to move out early, were there issues? And all the answers to those tough questions are, yeah, they've thought about that, yeah. But Kaylee was smart enough to whatever was going on, she didn't want a part of, right? Because if she worked for Extreme Networks and she worked from her computer, why couldn't she work from her computer at 1122 King? You can live wherever. Why would you want to live at home? Why would you want to live at home when you can live at a house that you have with your best friend and, you know, other friends? Like, why would you ever leave that? Think about it. Come on. Whether or not you went to college or not, like, do you want to live in a house where your parents are, or do you want to live in a house where your friends are, right? Kaylee's family is very, very close. You know, when people say that, oh, everybody thinks that they know their kid, everybody thinks that they know their kids. Actually, I do. I think that they actually know their kid. The reason I say this, and I'm not going to be, you know, I'm going to cut right to the chase, is they were accepting parents. They were the cool parents, you know? So yeah, I believe that they knew their kids. I believe that their kids could tell them whatever, and that their parents would accept them for that, and however they felt about whatever they told them. But that there was that, you know, Kaylee would have told us if she had a stalker. Kaylee would have told us if she had a stalker. Her dad was so adamant of that. Her sister, her mom was like, stalker. Like, no, we would have known if Kaylee thought that she had a stalker. But Kaylee's parents know why, for whatever reason, she was no longer living at that house. And nobody's asked why she moved out. So I'm going to ask the question. Why did Kaylee move out? Why did Kaylee move out? How is that even a possibility when you have so much money that you have to pay per month that each person's going to be responsible for? You know, why wasn't Kaylee Maddie's +1? Why would she ever be Dylan's +1? She wanted to come back to show Maddie the car that she got. She could have taken a picture. Here you go. This is the one I picked out of the BMW, out of the Range Rover, out of this. Here you go. When was the last time that Kaylee was in Moscow before that? When did she move out? You know, why did she move out? Why does Jordan, the girl that she was going to move in with in Austin, think that they weren't moving in until June? So what was Kaylee going to be doing for 6 months? I get it. She's going to Europe. Who's she going to backpack to Barcelona? She got a ticket. Who's she going there with? None of these things, these are just questions to understand what was going on. And if investigators didn't ask these questions, shame the fuck on the investigators, not on Kaylee, not on her parents, not on her sister. These are questions that you should have went to the family, sat down and said, hey, let's talk. What's up? Wait, your daughter, all of her shit's still here, but you said she was moving out, or that she did move out. Why is her shit still here? These are just blatant, just like, we want to understand a situation. And the Gonzalez's came out and said, why aren't you asking us these questions? So do we believe that they weren't asked them? Do we believe that they were? I'm going to go with Steve here, and I believe that they were not. I believe that they were not even talked to, unless, you know, it was just, they weren't sought out for information. And I think that Steve made it pretty clear when he said, we're the ones that made this investigation go a little faster, because you guys would have had been waiting for all these search warrants and shit like that. And he's like, we made it faster. We're the ones supplying you with the information. And guess what, Steve? You did an amazing job, but guess what? You were doing too good, because he kept saying, like, they were telling him, oh, hold on, I get it. Like, you guys are over here. We're just stepping onto it right now. And he's probably like, well, I'm just trying to, like, what do you mean? Like, I'm just giving you all this information. Like, you have all these fucking agents, put them to work, you know? But start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Be honest with yourselves and the situation, and that means the cops. Okay? If Kaylee's shit is all there and somebody told me that she wasn't living there anymore, I would straight up go to the family and say, well, why is Kaylee's stuff all here if she wasn't living here anymore? Well, because we were going to move it out. Okay, well, when? You know, like, if you're trying to understand if there's a target, when you're saying this is an isolated incident, this is a target, the only way that you could ever figure that out is if you ask these questions, because after hearing Steve and Christy talk about that, all right, so Kaylee was in Maddie's bed, but I want to know where the dog was. Like, that's an important question for me. Because did the dog normally sleep with Kaylee? Whatever bed she was going to sleep in, was like the dog going to sleep at the end of the bed on the floor? Like, why would they leave the dog out into a different room? Especially if the dog was left all alone, like that whole day. Like, I just, like, wow, you know, like, especially if it's not your house, like, who cares where the dog is? You know, you're renting. But so if all of her stuff's there, why did she move out? Why wasn't she here? Why was she coming back on Tuesday versus Sunday night if she has to work? Or does she have class? I mean, these are all very, very important questions, because if it is in fact a target, and if somebody was expecting her to be there, but what about the other people? Why would you ever go and target Maddie in a house when you can get Maddie anytime outside of the house? Come on. Like, let's use our fucking brains. So why the hell, if I wanted one person, why would I go into a house where 6 people live to get one person? You gotta be one dumb motherfucker to do that, in my opinion. Why would I go and kill one person in a house of 6 when I wouldn't just grab her one-on-one? When you want to talk about what stalkers do, they isolate their victims. They isolate their victims. That's just what you do. So, but I keep going back to like the beginning. And I feel the Gonzalez's pain, and I feel the rest of the parents' pain, because we were all lied to. And guess what, though? The cops can do that. And so did it help the cops in their investigation? Did it help the cops? Well, I don't know how you can tell me that flooding a fucking FBI line with 2011, 2013 fucking models of Elantras helped the case. Because the only thing that helped was you guys right now to be able to stick it to this motherfucker. Because you got all of these, tips that mean nothing, and you know that they mean nothing. So when you toss them over to the defense, here you go. Go ahead and go through all this shit. You're data dumping the fuck out of them. They knew that they were going to do that. They made that conscious decision in my mind when they did it, and when they came out to the public and said, we're looking for this on, 12/7, 12/8, December 7th or December 8th. You can't have it both ways. If you interviewed somebody like Jack because he drove an Elantra, if you've ever interviewed anybody with an Elantra and just said, hey, we're going through the list, you have an Elantra, like, hey, what's up? If that's ever able to be proven that you've ever interviewed somebody because they had an Elantra, and then you came to Brown Koberger, and then you're like, oh, we're not going to interview him because he's like really our suspect, and we can't let him know that we're on to him. You really think I'm going to believe that? You really think I'm going to believe that? Come on now. The Instagram account the Gonzalez's were given, I believe they were given 2 accounts, and they were timestamped differently, and they were timestamped to show that it wasn't following the girls, and that it was. And if I'm accurate, and if they're watching, if they ever watch this, and if that's true, you guys know who I am. Get in touch with me, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. but the name Brian Kohlberger was said to the families before Brian Kohlberger was ever arrested. And whoever that name was given to, or that they overheard it for whatever reason, don't do it for me. Don't do it for anybody else. Do it for your kids. But literally go into a room and think about who is around you, who could possibly know about this name, and who could ever possibly then bring you any type of evidence to say that something existed. And please vet the fuck out of it. That's all I'm going to say about that. Like I said, I've already turned everything that I have over to Ann Taylor. I would give it to the police or the FBI, but I would be too afraid that it'd get buried. So I just gave it to the defense. You know, if you have a brain, when I'm just gonna say it. Do you understand? Think about this. Just close your fucking eyes and just think. The prosecution, the police are basically saying, without the FBI giving us the name Brian Kohlberger, we wouldn't have Dick. Think about that. Think about it. They've come out during this case and said that we got a tip from the FBI that said to investigate Brian Kohlberger. Okay, awesome. Let's see the tip. It came through. Where's it at? Where's the tip? Where's the tip? Think about it. Close your eyes and think. The FBI turned in a tip, not a civilian, not a citizen of Idaho, not one of these witnesses, but the FBI says the name Brian Kohlberger. Now erase that and tell me where the fuck this investigation would be without that tip. And if you can seriously just sit there and say, we would have Brian Kohlberger, then you're a fucking idiot. Then you are the problem. Because there is no way in hell that you would have Brian Kohlberger without the name Brian Kohlberger. And I said it here on this channel on the 29th, the 30th, whenever he was arrested and the name Brian Kohlberger came across the screen. I said, how did they get to Brian Kohlberger? How would this type of investigation, it would take so much time, but you would be able to get there. It would take so much tedious time. And you know what's crazy is that they kept telling us about how many people they had on this case. And I'm like, why do they keep talking about, we have in their pressers, we have this many people, why do you think that they were telling us how many people they had on this case? Because how in the fuck would we ever believe that they got to the name Brian Kohlberger that quickly? Because we had all of these people working on it. I'm like, well, guess what they say about too many hands in the cookie jar? One of them are dirty. Dirty hands. Close your eyes and look at the evidence. And you tell me how the fuck you get to Brian Kohlberger. You don't get to Brian Kohlberger. The point is that you're a walking free man. Like, Brian, like, this case shouldn't be solved. Think about it. Take the FBI giving you a name with no fucking work. Just, here you go. Name is Bryan Kohberger. Investigate him. And you're just like, okay. No eyewitness gave you a name. Nobody knows who this motherfucker is. But yet, and you think that this is going to fly. Well, yeah. Guess what? It will fly if cameras aren't in the courtroom. Cameras in the courtroom are not for the purpose of, here, you guys can see that this is why I don't know what people are mixed up on here. I want cameras in the courtroom so that we can see, just like they did in other cases, when you have a prosecutor mouthing somebody what they're supposed to say on the stand, come on. We would never know that, though, if there wasn't cameras in the courtroom. That happened in what's-his-name's case. Zachariah's case. The prosecutor is mouthing the lyrics, and I say lyrics because I feel like they're rapping together, to this fucking snitch. The fuck out of here. The FBI gives a tip. If I'm the FBI, I want to be proud of my work. I want to be like, put my fucking ass on the goddamn stand. I found this motherfucker. That's my motherfucker. I found him. Put me on the stand and I'm going to show you exactly how the fuck I found this sick motherfucker. Put me on the stand. Here's my name. These are all the trees I did. I put fucking 30,000 hours into this shit. Put me on the stand. I'm going to show you exactly how I found this sick fuck. You got nobody. You got nobody that wants to say, put me on the stand. I did it. I found him. Ooh. You got that little midget that just escaped and everybody found him after 14 days with a dog. They're all taking pictures. Hey, look at me. I found him. They're taking pictures with him. Hey, I did this. Take a picture with me with this dude that we just caught. Because PSP's fucking, I don't even know what they're doing, but. And here we have the Kohberger case with the Idaho4 students. And nobody wants to say, woo, it's me. Put me on the stand. I found him. This is how I did it. I don't understand. No. Here. Just, this is it. Here we go. This is his name. Figure out how to get there without using me. Get out of here. Think about that. If the FBI doesn't tell you Bryan Kohberger, backseat Bill, how do you get there? How do you get to him? Well, I don't know, man. I would just be playing my guitar or singing. And there's no problems with that, Bill. I got no problems with that. But if I'm a prosecutor and my job is to prosecute people, I'm going to say, I don't care if you're the fucking FBI or not. This is my jurisdiction. Get your the fuck ass in here, and I want to know how you got to Bryan Kohberger. I'm not prosecuting. My name isn't Marsha Clark. Get in here and tell me how you got to Bryan Kohberger. Give me some proof or get the fuck up out of my office. FBI or not. Or how about this? Y'all take it and go federal. He crossed all these jurisdictions. Go federal. I ain't doing this. I'm not putting my career on the line for your guys' lies. How do you get to Bryan Kohberger? You can't just say, like, here, somebody handed me a name. Here you go. And then guess what? We're going to invoke that it's a confidential informant. And when we can't do that, we're going to invoke that everybody that gave us, I don't know, their DNAs in these third-party, genealogy sites, y'all are now confidential informants. I mean, do you hear how wild this is? And you know what the sad thing is if Brian Kohlberger did it, he's going to walk because y'all are doing this shit. That's how I feel, is that you guys think that Brian Kohlberger is so guilty. Well, your guys' fuckerage is going to make him walk, and then what? Because half of this shit, in my opinion, is inadmissible. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a parent of one of these kids and have to sit there and not say anything. And then you got Steve, and people are like, Lana, tell me what you think about what Steve said. Tell me what you think about this. I don't want to size up Steve. Steve's a parent. How would you be? How the hell would you act? Steve gets a pass all day. I don't think he killed this kid. I don't think he killed these kids. So Steve, in my opinion, is going to always get a pass. If I'm Steve right now, I'd say whatever the hell I wanted. But I would go, Steve, in my opinion, if I was you, think about it. Come on, man. If the FBI does not give that name up, where would y'all be? Where would you be? I don't care if Kaylee made $200,000 a year. I don't care if Kaylee made $500,000 a year. 4 people do not get brutally stabbed and murdered because somebody makes $100,000 or $200,000 or $500,000 a year. You don't get killed because of that, right? And then everybody wants to say, well, man, it depends on how you think that they're making their money and blah, blah, blah. You guys, I hate to say this to you, but I'm the one that put out all the body cams. And if you think that that house was a stash house with nobody ever there and people can just keep coming and going as they please, then you're that dumb. Nobody leaves their stash available for just a fucking roundhouse to come in there and just take shit. Okay? No. Sorry. A knife is a pussy weapon, in my opinion. It's a coward weapon. It's because you can't do what you really wish you could do. So why aren't we looking at the fraternities again? Why aren't we looking at all these people that said that all these girls were so attractive and nobody wanted them and that they would just get high as kites and drunk and roid out and stuff like that? I mean, we have unknown DNA in that house besides the sheath, and nobody cares about that. We have the cops saying that, oh, it happened between this little window. Because why? Because Bethany and Dylan, their phones and what they said to us. What about the victims' phones? What about what the victims are saying? The most entitled human beings are those that are in college and not paying for it, okay? I busted my ass to get a sports scholarship, okay? And I still even took that shit for granted because I just never knew, like, dude, this puts you in way debt if you have to pay for college. Like, you're in $100,000. I never even thought about that. Like, it just never occurred to me because I knew that I would never be in that situation. I knew that I was always, I had a free ride. Wherever I wanted to go play my sports, they would accept me. I was that good. Yep. But when you're an entitled prick, and for anybody to think that nobody could walk to and from this scene and that you had to go there in a car, I'm sorry, but you're just as much of an idiot as anybody else. The car has no blood in it. O.J. Simpson, no blood in the Bronco, but a little specks and still walks away. See that crime scene? all blood everywhere. How does somebody leave that crime scene and not get blood in the vehicle that would be like the secondary crime scene? And everybody couldn't wait to get their hands on this fucking car. But you know what? They waited. They had Brian's car on the 29th. They waited. They waited. Oh my God, he was able to clean it. Okay. Whatever you need to tell yourselves. This is all lies, man. This is all propaganda bullshit. This is fucking insane. And I'll be there, though. I will make sure that I'm there. Cameras or not, it's public. I'll be there. And I'm going to tailgate for it. You know why? Because that's the only way that these college kids come out. Give them some beers, give them some burgers, give them some tacos, I don't know, some broccoli. Nobody seems to give a shit over there. They're pissing on the house. Nobody seems to care. Just going about life like nothing happened. I'm just not happy. And they're just selling you guys a book of goods. And if I'm Steve, I'm pissed. Period. You guys know what the, what was it? The Snapchat? The Snapchat was turned in. The Snapchat is missing, like, what is it? Let's see. They redacted. They took out all the Snapchat. They know. They know. The defense has it. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. Who wants to listen to this? It's gonna be so bad. I don't want to listen to it. I'm just not gonna fall for it. Was it intentional? I think so. The family seems to think that only one person was the target. I'm interested in that. I truly am. Only because they came out the gate saying that somebody started acting differently, and the only person they knew was Maddie. And then so it was Maddie as the target. I don't know what Maddie maybe got herself involved in, but I think Kaylee definitely left that house because of a personal conflict, and she was conflicted out to even go there that night. And then what are the odds of the weekend that she does go to show her car that, you know, that happens? I don't know. I think that sometimes in life there can be horrible, you know, situations, and maybe that was one of them. I don't know how in the world nobody would hear anybody screaming. I don't know how anybody would not be able to get to a cell phone. And then, I don't know, it's just bad. It's horrible. It's sad. It's so fucking sad. Yeah, what Steve meant by that you did not have to go upstairs is that they went upstairs. Like, that means the target was upstairs, because you didn't have to go upstairs if you were just going. If you came into the house to get whatever and it was on the main floor, you had no reason then to go upstairs, but you went upstairs, which means that the target was upstairs. That's what he meant by that. I said that back, I don't even know how many months ago. The point of my whole live, though, is to say, close your eyes, guys. And if the FBI doesn't bring you Brian Kohlberger's name as a tip, there's no perp. There's nobody that's arrested. And so that should tell you everything that you need to know. And so when when Ann Taylor says in her motions, what came first, the tip, or did you hunt down my client because of the white Elantra? You know what I mean? I can't with 48 hours. 48 hours is shit, so I can't either. Kaylee was there Friday and Saturday night. Yep, Kaylee was not expected to leave, though, until Tuesday. So Kaylee was staying until Tuesday. Why was she staying until Tuesday? Does anyone else think that maybe Maddie had loose lips while she was drinking? Of course. Of course people think that. I think for me, the only reason I think that Kaylee was in that room, I think she wanted to use Maddie's phone. She wanted to use Maddie's phone to contact her boyfriend or her ex-boyfriend because he wasn't answering. So she went in there to use her phone to see if he would then answer. That's what I think. Because that's what all of us girls would do when we're 20 or 21 years old. Well, he's not answering mine, but maybe he'll answer yours, especially if like you come at him like a way that like you're acting like, you know, you're her. And so that she puts herself in that bed. Because I know for me, I would never sleep in a twin. I think her mom said it best for me when I listened to it, and she said she wanted to know. She's like, "Oh, so how did things go last night? How did things go last night?" You don't say how did things go last night if you're asking about someone's night just in general. That's not. She was asking how things went because of the situation that was happened, like that was going on. That's just so. Go back and listen to the words. Kaylee was deciding whether or not to go there, and then she decided to go there, and to hear that breaks my heart because she wasn't going to go there, and then she decides to go there, and which they said, which was to show, you know, Maddie the car. Well, no offense, but just fucking send her a picture. So they can only answer that themselves to know if that's really truly the reason that she went there, or was she trying to run into Jack? I don't know. Sure, it was a twin. If it wasn't a twin, it was definitely a full. That bedroom is so tiny. If she was planning, and my point is if she was planning on sleeping in that room, I don't think that they would leave Murphy in the other room by themselves, like by Murphy's self. That's my take. I think that Jack Decor is actually going to be a huge witness. People don't realize it. But when you want to talk about reasonable doubt, unfortunately, like the narrative that's been out there, Jack Decor has not spoken. The family went right to his aid to say that, you know, Kaylee wanted to get back with him. Well, if those text messages that she's ever had with other people and phone calls, if anything is not that, that is going to come out. And I know to probably for Jack's sake, like, hey, Kaylee loved you, and you know, yeah, like whatever was going on, but like that's who she's always like just loved and whatever. Well, that's just not what the defense is going to make that out to be, especially if Kaylee was talking to other people. It's just not going to come out that way. Not that Jack Decor did anything, because I don't think that he did at all. No offense, but I think Jack is not. He didn't do this. But when you're not honest with law enforcement and they're not honest with you, your investigation's fucked. That's all there is to it. Patty, great question. No, based on what they're telling us, Landau, I think that everyone was attacked while asleep in their beds. The only problem I have with that is, after what the Gonzalezes said, was that it was only intended for one person, which in my mind is Maddie, based off of what they said. With that concept, when the killer would have come down from the stairs, then to just walk out the kitchen to the, slider, you have no reason to go over to Xana's bedroom or anything like that. The only way that would be remotely possible is that when you were coming down the stairs, that you encountered somebody and that they ran from you, and that your instinct was to just chase them down, like, oh my God, they saw me. But if they were in a mask and everything like that, then they really didn't see you. So why not just continue to leave? Especially if Dylan saw you. You didn't kill her, but oh my God, Xana saw me, so I need to kill her. But there's no reason to go to that side of the house. So for me, that's the problem, if that makes sense. If you came in the house and your target was Maddie, so you came up and you go upstairs to kill Maddie, you'd have to know that Maddie, her bedroom was upstairs, number one. Number two, it does seem like it would be targeted if doors weren't open, to go into somebody else's room and just go ahead and kill. So that what that means is that when you were coming downstairs, that you had to encounter somebody. Otherwise, why are you going over to where Xana's room is, which is completely the other way of going out the slider? And then also, who's to say that they came in the slider? I'm sorry, but why couldn't they walk in the front door that's on the first level? I mean, and I think that more, if you want to talk about what Bethany would have heard or saw, why wouldn't you now more consider that they walked in the bottom floor? After I've seen the job that they do with their probable cause affidavits and their investigations with the Moore and Drake case, I don't believe a fucking word when they want to say that this is what somebody said. So when I look at this probable cause, I have a huge problem with anything that's hearsay because of what I've realized that they do. So check it out. Windows. There you go. We'll go like this. Tell me in this what is what you guys would consider what's hearsay, after I've seen what they do. So much hearsay. For example, let me go like this. This is the all right. So this is your chronological work. They went after the cell phone towers on the 16th. Okay. So this is your initial dead end to Brian Kohlberger. Like, he would never have shown up on any of the towers because he didn't have his phone on. Okay. Then you're working with these cell phone towers. Okay. And right here, my biggest issue. Law enforcement has Brian Kohlberger's phone pinging at 4:48 a.m. on the I-95 near Blaine. And the issue is that 28 minutes from when they said that he left, at 4:20, it would not take that long to get there. Okay. So you're looking at 28 minutes. Well, that does not take 28 minutes to drive there from there. So, problem. It's only this. So he was 10 minutes south of the crime scene, 30 minutes after. See, problem. But the first thing is that you're not even going to get to any of this because he's not going to come up on any of your initial, like when you would have run his cell phone, you would have been, this is what would have come back, which is, how are you getting a search warrant? Like, he was not pinging off of anything. His phone's off. So your initial search warrant's coming back negative. Well, let's see what else they decided to do then. Well, then they, on the 19th, they went for everything to do with banking. The 20th, they went for Facebook. 21st, they went for Facebook and Insta, and it was just for Xana because I guess she had extra accounts. Again, this is when they went for things. This is not when they came back. The search warrants came back. This is chronological order of when they put in search warrants. So they went for the Facebook and the Instagrams on this date. They went for the Apple. They went for Charter Communications is their router. Okay, that's your router. We'll come to find out the router, for whatever reason, only went back to September 14th. Which is so fucking interesting to me. You know why? Because I found a lie. I found you guys lying, law enforcement. Layla, how can you say they were lying? Because they said that the phone was pinging. And that it pinged off of towers by their house. And then people would say, oh, they were hitting off of their router. Well, guys, that's impossible because guess what? They don't even have that information. Because they don't have their router until September 14th. So where's the information before then? I have no idea, but it ain't here because they only have stuff going back to the 14th. And if you need me to zoom in on that, I will. Very, very detail oriented. Like, trust me, it's as much as it's a great thing, it's a bad thing. They went for Snapchat, right? They got stuff back. This is the day they got it back. So 11/23, 11/22, 11/29. Then they had to go for it again. I wonder why. And I'm going to put my name there. Moscow Police Department issues be on the lookout for the white Elantra, but they give law enforcement no year, allegedly. Okay. Now let me ask you a question, because this matters. Why in the world, if you find a sheath, why would you ever think that somebody would buy this on Amazon and then say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and use it, right? Is it because it was that clean looking that you thought it was brand new? So when they don't put, like, they said that they saw the sheath on 11/13. They don't put in to go get Amazon search warrant for it until after Thanksgiving, which is when I think the fuckerage happened. I believe that the fuckerage in this case happened over Thanksgiving break, when they went from having 103 pieces of evidence to having 113. But they then decide to go get a warrant for Amazon. Then again, look at what they go for. 11/28. Now, let me ask you a question. If I am going to set up a setup, people say, like, to me all the time, Lana, you cannot think that it is so easy to plant touch DNA. Do you know how hard it is to plant DNA? And I'm like, it depends. It depends if you're smart. It depends if you're stupid. So this is how I would plant DNA. Lana, how would you plant DNA? Well, because this is the thing that everybody comes back to is, how do you know that there's not going to be DNA on something if you're going to plant it? You know what I mean? Like, how do you know that there's going to be nothing except for that? And so, for example, a toothbrush. That's saliva for days. Days. You know what I mean? So toothbrush. You get somebody's toothbrush. What's better DNA than a toothbrush? What's better? I mean, I think that's pretty good DNA, you know? So I would get something that was freshly bought, right? And that's what I'm going to put, you know, the DNA on. I never said that I thought the sheath was there during, like, the sweep of the house once the murder happened. No, because it's not seen on any of the body cams. Okay? So I'm not saying that, because, and the reason I'm talking about the sheath, guys, is because Ann Taylor put it in her motion that they believe that the sheath was placed there. They used the word placed. What they're saying is that it's planted. They're saying the whole fucking thing is planted, meaning the sheath is planted, not the DNA is planted. That the DNA would already have been on there, and then, you know, it doesn't even have to be like, do you guys have pictures of this? It better be at the crime scene, right? You have pictures of this. But at the end of the day, I'm going to take a toothbrush and I'm just going to put it wherever the fuck I want, right? Toothbrush. I'm just saying. So when someone says that, is it hard to plant DNA? Like, I don't know. Like, I think it's harder to ignore that there's DNA present in the house that you didn't test. Does that make sense? Like, you want to ask me, do I think it's hard to plant DNA? Well, I think it's fucking stupidity that you have DNA that's unaccounted for in the house that you didn't test and that you didn't make trees out of. That you didn't try to go and figure out whose DNA this was. And that if you're telling me, based off of what Ann's saying, that you guys went out and got all this DNA and that nothing matches the other, like, unaccounted for male DNA, I think that your case is fucked, because that's your reasonable doubt. Like, what do you mean? Go find out whose DNA the unaccounted for DNA would be. Also, why can't they be part of the crime? Why would you just think this would be one person? So to me, that's just a fucked up situation. So when you say, Lana, you think it's so easy to plan and do these things to people? Yeah, I do, but it takes a law enforcement agent to do it. I don't think that a citizen came in there and planted. I don't think that at all, because they wouldn't have the backup to do it. You would need backup, meaning you need someone to look the other way when they're looking at discovery. When you are getting discovery and you fucking look the other way, you suck dick. It's kind of like if you are the, hey, I work at Giant Eagle and I'm the cashier and I just look the other way. Well, you go ahead and steal the groceries out of your cart and go ahead and just pull away. But I know that you're going to do it. But all I do is, oh God, my friends are here, so I'm going to go to the bathroom. And when I'm in the bathroom, because I see them about to come check out, I'm going to let somebody else check them out, or I'm going to let somebody else be up here, and I'm going to go to the bathroom. So when you want to talk about, like, do I think that, you plant, no. I think that no civilian in a high-profile case could frame somebody. I think that it would take somebody on the inside looking the other way. Period. Then, how would I know that if I said to you, hey, I'm going to go ahead and take this and go get it tested at the lab, that I just didn't say, here's the sheath, but it's in a different plastic bag that I had in my car that looks like the bag that I just took from you guys. I mean, do you know how much power people have in power positions? Have you guys been watching the Karen Reed case just like in front of our faces? Ann Taylor's just not being as vocal as Alan Jackson is. And I feel like if you guys didn't think that I was somewhat onto something, I don't think that, 2,000 people would be watching. That's just how I feel. People say, Lana, why aren't Brian's parents there? Why aren't they supporting him? Blah, blah, blah. Because it's probably not safe. Because they live where they live. That's like saying to a kid, your parents don't support you when you go and play your sport and you're traveling and you're playing and they're just not there to see it. That's fucking ridiculous. His parents and his family support him. Just because they're not physically there doesn't mean that you don't support somebody. I'm not just going to deal with all you fucking hooligans. They're the smartest, by far, people that I've ever seen in a high-profile case. You got the Watts parents that just fucking talked shit about Shanann, right? People lost it on them, right? Everybody that's ever talked, you say the word hi, and they're going to spin it. Just don't speak. And they can't say anything about it. They can't put, what's the worst thing they can say is, yep, they're not saying anything. Do you see News Nation standing outside of those people's houses? They went one time and they told Brian N, get the fuck off my lawn. They've never been back. Brian Kohlberger's parents are victims, just like Kaylee Gonzalez's families. They're victims. And you guys can say, Lana, you're crazy for ever saying that. No, I'm not. Because I bet you if you asked truly the Gonzalez's, hey, do you think that Brian Kohlberger's parents are victims? Even if he's guilty, do you think that they are victims? Because what makes you a victim in life? When do you consider somebody a victim? When something happens to you that you have no control over, right? They woke up one morning, they went to work, they brushed their teeth, they got in the shower, they went to work, they came home, they cooked dinner. And you know what? I should probably have 200,000 subscribers. But there's people out there that came gunning for me because I wanted to have the back of Chris Watts' parents. Because I said, they didn't fucking kill anybody. His sister, Jamie, she didn't kill anybody. Why are people crucifying them? Their lives, like those were their grandchildren. Those were their nieces. Like, what is wrong with you? Right? Their son's a complete fucking idiot, piece of shit, coward motherfucker, right? Absolutely. They came to me. First of all, they wanted to know what happened to their grandkids. They wanted to know if they really had a grandson, an unborn grandson. I said, you guys didn't know this? You guys don't know this? No, the DA won't tell us anything. What? Look, why don't you just go there and ask? And then you know what they said to me? Well, if we're not, like, if that's not our kid's kid, then maybe they can't tell us that. They're like, I don't know. We don't know. We never got to talk to our kid. They kept, the attorneys kept us from ever talking to our son before he ever did his plea deal. What? We never got to talk to him. We don't know anything. We want to know what happened. We want to know what happened. I said, have Chris tell you. What do? Go to Denver, get the best lawyers to rep that motherfucker so his parents can get the answers that I believe they deserved. If that makes me fucking out of this world crazy, I'll accept it. You know what it makes me? It makes me human. Wouldn't you want to know what happened? If you believe in your kid and you're like, my kid took care of those kids every single day and every single night. We would go on vacations and he's the one taking care of the kids and she's on the cell phone. We know what happened. We want to know what happened. And then all I did was take the discovery and I found some stuff that wasn't helpful to the prosecution. It made it look like things were not on the up and up. And I said, okay, I'll help you. And I went and got lawyers. Now I look at this case, and if Maddie's parents came to me, or Kaylee's, or Ethan's, or Xana's, would I help them in a second? Would I help Brian Kohlberger's parents in a second? Would I tell them the truth if I saw it in a second? Because the truth is the truth. And every time I'm up here, all I do is I show my work. I show you how I got somewhere. And all the fucking defense is asking for is to show us your work. That's what we were taught in second grade. How did you divide, 8 by 2? What did you do? You have to show your work in order to get credit for your answer. That's what we were taught our whole entire life. And then here we get to the law, and you don't have to show me how the hell you're going to name my kid, my baby, the kid I raised to be like, he's never done anything. Think about that. You don't have to show us how you want to kill him, but you don't have to show us how he did this. If you have it by the fucking nuts, Idaho, when you have a royal flush, you throw your cards. You're mucking your cards. You're mucking your cards. You muck your cards when you have nothing. This does not mean that I support a killer. That means I'm holding our God blessed everything that all of us should hold. Like, when you give so much power to people, you have to ask them questions. Questioning people is not wrong. You're not a conspiracy theorist when you ask questions. You're asking, hey, prove it. Because isn't that what you have to do in court? Beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want so bad for the killer to be Brian Kohlberger, because if not, I believe that this is never going to get solved, right? I believe that those parents are going to go through fucking hell. That's what I believe. But you know what Brian Kohlberger said through his PA attorney? I can't wait to be exonerated, or I want to be exonerated. Exonerated means you're found guilty first, and then you exonerate yourself. And I said to myself, well, maybe he just means that he's going to be guilty in the public eye, you know? Or maybe he means, no, I'm really going to get fucking convicted of this shit, and it's only going to be me that gets me the fuck up out of this stuff once I get my hands on everything that is the discovery. Why in the world is it every single time we ever come across a case, do we have the defense saying, we don't have the discovery? They have stuff, they won't turn it over. They won't turn it over. Why is every single case like this? Why? If 4 + 4 = 8, giving them something doesn't make it so like you think they're gonna have a story for your fucking legit evidence? You think they're gonna be able to come up with some fucking alibi, or they're gonna be able to maneuver this or whatever? Who cares? That's not on you. Give them the discovery. And people could say all day, Lana, if it was your kid, you feel differently. No, the fuck I wouldn't. In fact, if it was my kid's gone, right? No, my kid's gone. I'm not taking down another innocent person because my kid was innocent. But if you're sitting here telling me that this is who did it and I see all these red flags, no, I'm not just gonna like let you take down another innocent kid. I want to know what happened. I want to know how this happened. I want to know why every time that Truth and Transparency showed a fucking video and showed that the cop showed up there, and that could have not have been Maddie that y'all talked to, and you're just letting people party and do all people could have been getting raped in there. So many things could have been happening, right? And it finally did happen. That house was the easiest target. You know why? Because anything goes in that town. And you know what? You know what's crazy? I got people out there that want to make videos and say, oh my God, Lana is totally doing this, that, and the other. What is Lana doing? Lana's the reason y'all have videos. Lana's the reason y'all know about Moscow. Oh my God, no. Da-da-da-da. I didn't make the videos. I just put the videos out there legally. Oh my God, Lana. You guys sound like whiny bitches. Steve Gonsalves fired me up. You know why? Because I have nothing to hide. My channel, everything that I have and that I've shown, I've worked hours to put together. Days, weeks, months, almost fucking a year on this case, right? In real time. And if I thought for a second that Brian Kohlberger was guilty as sin, I wouldn't be covering the case anymore. You know why? Because this case doesn't need my help. I'd go on to another case that needed my help. This case needs my help. You guys are just as valuable as me. You know how many emails I get? I get a lot. It's nice to get the nice ones. which mostly they are now. Why does everybody want to watch this? If I do a live about, let's say, Sheldon Jeter Jr., who I worked hours on to prove that he didn't do and didn't kill Rachel Eltondo and didn't kill Tyreek Pugh, literally found all this crazy shit, did his whole entire case, go check it out, Sunset Secrets. Nobody cares. I don't know if it's because he's black. I don't know if it's because like they just don't know about the case. But you know what? You know what I think it is? I think it's because of mainstream media. When mainstream media chooses to cover something, there's revenue behind it to cover it too, right? You already have people's attention. So when you Google something, the way that Google and YouTube work, it's an algorithm thing. So you're going to be able to find a video really quickly if I title it a certain way, right? That's why when people say like, oh, you're using a clickbait title or some shit like that, I said, no, fuck you. I back all my shit up. But you know what the difference is between myself and mainstream media is? You know how many times News Nation lied to you guys? I think I'm going to do a video. I think I'm going to use Ashley Banfield as an example. And maybe I'll use Jennifer Coffindaffer as an example. But every single day that News Nation was going live with Brian Henton and with Ashley Banfield and their anonymous sources, they didn't get shit right. They didn't get fucking dick right. In fact, they exploited a woman, Xana's mother, who was on drugs, gave her money to get the fuck in a car and talk about shit that she didn't know shit about. That's fucking sick. I didn't do that. Every single day hearing, just, I'm over here pulling up FOIA requests, and this is just fact. This is just, hey, here's, hey, you want to know how much money they spent in this year on this drug, or how much they did this, or how much they did? They want to show a video for 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Cash App away. Yeah. Have you ever heard mainstream media come out and say, oh, sorry, we're sorry about that. We're sorry that we were so fucking wrong. And they're the reason that we're not going to be able to be in a courtroom. Not because of me. I'm not in any fucking motion. Mainstream media is why we're not going to be able to be in courtrooms. Why? Because they're lying. They're lying. So I am doing a mock trial. I did a mock Watts trial. I'm doing a mock trial right here on this channel. And I need all of you guys. If you guys want to be a juror, if you want to be a one of the witnesses, I have all of these positions that we have to fill. But the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go through voir dire. You guys know what voir dire is? Voir dire is we're going to ask a panel of possible jurors a bunch of questions. And I'm going to have an open panel here where you're going to see everybody's names. And we ask you questions. And we ask you to answer truthfully, okay? And we're going to ask that you live in Moscow, okay? That's the only thing that's different is like you're going to answer the question as if wherever you live, because it doesn't change anything. And we're going to treat that you like live in Moscow, just so you can hear how this works. You guys want to know how the justice system works? This is how it works. When you are a defendant, your life is in the hands of a judge and 12 people. Do you understand that? 12 people and a judge. When anybody says to me, what's the most important part of a trial? Who the fuck is on your jury? They're deciding whether you go home or whether you die. Have you guys ever watched the movie Runaway Jury? If there's anything in life that you would ever want to steal, bribe, cheat on, it's your pay the jury. Pay the jury. And they'd be like, Lana, you're crazy. Fuck you, I'm not crazy. They're the ones that vote. We just need one person to say not guilty. One person says not guilty, not guilty. Hung jury. It's kind of like fixing an athletic event. You don't pay the player, you pay the ref. Hey, come here. You're going to call a bunch of fouls on that team. Inside the goal line, I want to see some penalties as you push them outside of field goal range and they got a kick. Here's $100,000. Now you go ahead and you bet on the under because they're going to make sure that shit ain't happening in the end zone. And so if the game stays below the over and under, bet your fucking life on the under. Pay the motherfucker. Your judge is the same thing as a referee. They're the ones that get to object to questions. They're the ones that get to say, overruled, sustained. That's a lot of discretion. Who would you pay? I'd pay a judge and I would pay a jury. I'm not going to pay a lawyer. Fuck you, dude. Stand there and get paid by the state. I'm going to go buy myself a jury and I'm going to go buy myself a judge. So let's level the playing field, Idaho. What if Brian Kohlberger just goes and buys himself a judge and jury? And don't think that people can't be bought. Because Idaho's bought and paid for. You don't get to Brian Kohlberger unless the FBI hands you his name. Jennifer Coffindaffer, hello. Your agency handed over the name Brian Kohlberger with no work. And everybody wants to shoot him. Dead. Well, if you flip it upside down, that means that Brian Kohlberger should have gotten away with this if the FBI didn't give his name because you would have never got to it. Right? Right. And that's what should worry everybody. So, Kaylee, her dad told us she's a hustler, she's a go-getter. Kaylee making a bunch of money, beautiful girl, like, you don't got to do anything for that. You can just work hard, make your money, right? I think when it becomes a problem is that when her sister says, where's her LinkedIn? Why is it deleted? Why did you guys delete my sister's LinkedIn? Why did her sister think that the police deleted her LinkedIn? Why does anybody think that the LinkedIn is so important? How come her LinkedIn wasn't, there's no search warrant for it. There's no search warrant for anybody's LinkedIn. None of these people have LinkedIn. Like, that's a thing. Like, in college now, like, they tell you to make a LinkedIn so you can get a job. Not a single one of these LinkedIns were, no, we don't need that. If you were on the jury, what would make you say guilty? What would make you say not guilty? And for me, the car having no blood, you're not moving me off of that. And you have to live and die with the car because it said Brian Kohlberger drove his car from WSU over and did all this crazy shit. So if you're going to try to go into the courtroom and say, we were just kidding, we don't think Brian drove at all, I'm going to tell you to go pound rocks. Kick rocks, pound rocks, get the fuck out of here. But you live and die with that white Elantra. And I'm telling you, they're going to die with it because that white Elantra is not the white Elantra that's seen, because you would not fuck up and say a 2011, 2013 it's that obvious if you have very, very clear footage. And then I'm going to bring it up to you, and you're going to have a hard time saying that the party driver or the private driver had nothing to do with this, because guess what? I am going to push so hard for that man's whereabouts, because guess why? His girlfriend is the she's the administrator for the fucking Moscow Police Department. Yeah. Can you believe that? You got the guy that drove them home that night. He's got that truck that y'all see. He said he lived 1,200 feet from Brian Kohlberger. No, well, my evidence says that he lives in Moscow, Idaho, and that his girlfriend, fiance, wifey poo, she is none other than the girl that keeps on giving me every single body cam footage. She is part of the administrative role as assistant for the Moscow Police Department. Woo! Man, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What? Okay. Okay. Think about any other situation. When we all first saw the body cam footage, or not the body cam, but the truck, the grub truck footage, we all saw this creeper dude standing in the background, popping his hood up, turning his hat around, and he doesn't order anything, and he just waits there, and then the girls run off, and he's pissed. They're gonna, like, you guys do real. The jury's gonna see that. And now, how are you gonna tell me that that's not gonna be? Like, he's gonna take the stand. Hey, why did you walk down with them that night? Why did you talk with them the whole way down? And then when you got to the grub truck, you didn't talk to them at all. They acted like you didn't even exist. And then they decide that they didn't even think that you were worth a damn to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and get a ride with this person instead of you, who's just been waiting for us. How do you explain that? Explain that. Were you mad when they just totally just said, fuck you? No, not at all. Didn't care. Well, it doesn't look like it on this video. It looks like you're pretty pissed that you're just like, what the hell? And then as soon as that you see they leave, you just run off. Like, so you didn't order anything. You walk down with them. You're talking to them, but then you don't talk to them at all. That's what I have a problem with, is why didn't they why wasn't he trying to have any type of conversation with them? Like, even just like to be like trying to like fit in to be like, oh, what'd you guys order? What'd you guys get? Oh, maybe I should get this for tomorrow. Don't you guys think that's weird? That it's almost like he looks like a bodyguard. You know what I mean? He's hanging out in the background. But like anybody that's trying to like fit in or seem cool, like that I'm here with these girls, like you would try to talk to them, and you were talking to them walking down, but why didn't you talk to them at all while you were at the grub truck? Is it because you knew that was being recorded? I don't know. You can't tell me that that's not odd. Odd to the point of the moment, like, so hear this out. You guys know the truck that drove past them as they're walking down to go to the grub. That is Eric Gower. He has that truck. That's his truck. So if he's truly making rounds and dropping people off and all these things, I come to find out that Eric, the private driver, he's from Hayden. He's from like the Coeur d'Alene area. Steve says this person knew who was coming and who was going. Because how does somebody go in the house and kill people and know that everybody's gone, or, you know, that they're not going to like be stopped, or that 911's not going to be called? So this person had to know that, right? Who better to know that than the guy that took them home that night? Could ask them whatever they wanted. You know, Kaylee's parents were very adamant that people were totally, I don't know why they were, you know, cleared so soon. And think about who they cleared so soon. They cleared hoodie guy, roommates, private driver. Who else did they clear? Anybody that was at the house when 911 was called? So ask yourself, who could they be talking about? Who is Hayden? Well, no one's Hayden. Hayden, Idaho is an area. It's right next to Coeur d'Alene. It's right where Kaylee lives. I don't believe that Kaylee was the target. Kaylee was never there. Kaylee was never there when she went to school. She was always out at her sister's, out in Hayden, Coeur d'Alene. It was Kaylee worked out in Post Fall. Kaylee was in the business world. Like, way when COVID hit, Kaylee was, all right, I'm going to do my online classes. I'm going to be working, blah, blah, blah. Unless somebody thought like, hey, let's just go and do that down there, and then they're going to think that these other people were the targets or something like that, or we'll call other people to cover for that. But Kaylee left her sorority. Kaylee wasn't involved with her sorority anymore. She was like done. I think it matters as to why she chose to just be done versus like, you've given up all these years. You might as well just finish out your senior year. But nobody wants to ask those questions. Nobody ever asks those questions. Does anybody give a fuck about those questions? I do. That's victimology. Everything that Steve Gonsalves has ever said has in some way, shape, or form happened. You guys know that, right? He's the one that said, let us use all this digital stuff. Like, we have these cameras, we have these phones. So in the PCA, we are chasing down, you know, digital stuff. Then he says, let's use, you know, these third parties to use familial DNA. Then what do we have? IgG. Steve says that he totally knows who the guy is that took them out that night and picked them up, that they used the same person. How would he know them? How would he know who that person is? Like, and that he's like a good dude. How do you know that? How do you know who's good and who's not good? I wouldn't trust a mother. My daughter is dead and stabbed, and so are her friends. I would be like, you were the last person to see her alive. You understand that? The last person to see them alive would be who? The roommates and that driver. It's kind of like Rachel Del Tondo. The last person to see Rachel Del Tondo alive was Lauren Watkins, was Tyree Jeter. Right where Rachel Del Tondo was dropped off that night is right where she was found dead, murdered. But no, she didn't do it. Wait, she was found dead, murdered right here at the bottom of her driveway, Rachel Del Tondo. And that's exactly where you guys dropped her off 1 minute before. That's where she's found, laying, sprawled out, 9 shots to the back. But we don't think that these people that just dropped her off could possibly be the people that did this. Well, then you guys are fucking idiots, because the last people to see people alive, think about it. That's what the first 48 is all about. So it was just another normal night. You know, they just got in, they were just eating the food they got. Were they eating the food they got? They were eating it in the car. They were just waiting to eat it. Why in the PCA does it say that the person is saying that they got home at 2 and that everybody was in their beds by 4? See, right there, there's a lie that I caught. I don't know if the Gonsalves family just is totally not paying attention to like the times of when they say stuff, but they said that Jack DeCour came there that night, and they talked. Then they walked it back and realized that he didn't come there that night, and that he came there like the next day or whatever. You do know that Christy called Kaylee that morning and she didn't answer. You do know that she said the words, like, how did everything go that night? Like, how was everything? How, in a term of like that you were expecting, that you're asking because of something versus like, people slip up when they speak all the time. That's why people tell people not to talk. Right here. How would you know to say that everybody was in their like home by 2 and in their beds by 4? That means that you were like the last people to see them do anything. There we go. Right there. It says home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. That means everybody would be in separate rooms. And they said this is with the exception of, Xana Cornudo, who received a DoorDash order. You guys, just because a DoorDash comes to your house does not fucking mean you received it. That is not true at all. DoorDash leaves your shit by the fucking door. And then law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Then I have a question. Then why in the world did you have to do a search warrant on DoorDashes that were sent to that house if this person just came forward so willingly and that you believed them? Mind blowing to me. Oopsies. So again, here's my sample for you guys. This is everything that's hearsay. Ready? Hearsay. Here we go. which I learned later through Xana's driver's license and other personnel belonging to that was Xana's room. See where they say later identified, again, later identified license. Look at, then when you get to upstairs, they don't need they don't need that. They just know automatically. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined, he says later determined, to be Kaylee. I later learned that there was a dog. I found out from, so we know that he talked to him, right? Never told him about a sheath, though. So you later found out that the bedroom, okay? You later found that out. But here, as I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed. So when people say, Lana, how do you know it was a single bed? Oh, right there. As I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Does it just mean one bed, or is it like literally a single bed? Both. How did you know it was them? How did you know that? I get if you want to say it was Maddie because it was her bedroom, but how did you know the person that was in there was Kaylee? You would have to have an identification done. You would not know who the fuck was in there. I'm sorry, you just wouldn't. You'd have to have somebody identify the body to say that. Were deceased with visible stab wounds. I was later advised by ISP not Payne that they located, again, this is all hearsay, okay? He was there, he didn't see it. Again, let's see how much of this is hearsay. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted. Two of the interviews, there you go. You got Bethany and you got DM. Based on numerous interviews, I have learned the following. They were seen. They were just seen there, and I believe that they left at 9. From approximately, look at what this says. They were seen at the, look at, from approximately 9 p.m. No, like, time. Like, it just says 9 p.m. BF. Like, what in the fuck is this? Look at that. Look at this. What is it? This is Blaker's. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Ethan and Xana are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus. Drive from approximately 9 p.m. 9 p.m. to what? We're seeing you. So they were seen there at 9, like I said. Kaylee and Maddie were at a local bar. We have it on camera, not hearsay. They are seen at the yep, there you go. You know what they don't talk about here, because you're supposed to like list people they should have been talking about, the hoodie guy. And in a probable cause, you list things. How do I know that? Because I do. DM and BF both made statements during the interview that indicated that the occupancy, here we go, were home by 2 and asleep in their beds. How in the world would anybody be able to say that unless you were the fuck up? This is with the exception of Xana, who received a DoorDash order at approximately 4. Now, received. Now, since it's in a PC, I'm going to say, like, they're so interested in this received. I promise you on everything, the way that they word this, yeah, it looks like from an app. Oh yeah, Xana received a DoorDash because guess what the DoorDash person says? They make a little thing that says, we left your thing, da-da-da-da. That right there, that doesn't mean that she actually touched it. Receive a DoorDash order at the residence. At the residence. And guess what? That's why you subpoenaed it or did a search warrant on it, because you wanted to see who, since 2022 in January, who's ever delivered there. Why would you ever need to do that if somebody came forward and that you believed them? Get the fuck out of here. When it says law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Hearsay. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom. Hearsay. DM stated that hearsay. Which located on the first. So now, based on what the Gonsalves are saying, this it should be so disturbing for people. Playing with her dog. Hearsay. A short time later. Do you know what a short time later means? Do you guys have any idea what a short time later means to law enforcement? Well, according to ISP, it could be up to an hour and 30 minutes. Just saying. She heard. That is hearsay. Hearsay. A review of the records obtained from a forensic download showed that this could also have been. Are you insane? Now this is pure speculation. What the hell is going on with this? Why can't it be? Why can't it be that it would that? Don't you think DM knows the difference between Xana's voice and Kaylee's voice? A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Colonel's phone showed this could also have been Xana. Well, you want to know why they're saying this? Because Kaylee shows that she wasn't on her phone and that there's been no activity since 252, which totally fucks your shit up. And this is all lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. DM stated she looked out her bedroom, but did not see anything. Hearsay. This is all hearsay. Hearsay. All of that is hearsay. Approximately a security camera located right here. Immediately to the north. Picked up a distorted audio. Hearsay! A dog could also be heard barking. Really? DM stated hearsay. Oh, hearsay. DM. The combination of DM's statements, hearsay, and a forensic download of the records from these two people is why they believe, as well as this. Wow. But nothing to do with the victims. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. Why is this so important? And what part of the investigation? This was located, during the second processing of the crime scene. Nice. Just outside of the door of DM. So we have a one-legged perp. This is consistent with DM statements. Hearsay. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvassing, right? Now, this is where I get to show you guys how amazing my work is. And I'm proud of it. Let's take a look. Let me introduce you to Daniel Moore, who was charged with the murder of a fellow chiropractor. I want to show you guys something. Okay. Dr. Drake's wife, Jennifer, called him at 6:42 p.m. from their home in Hayden. How are you determining that? It was routine for Dr. Drake and his wife to have a telephone conversation on the nights he stayed in Bonners Ferry. This is all hearsay. He advised to her, he, meaning her husband, advised to her, hearsay, that he was staying late and seeing patients who were still there and would call her when he was finished. These patients were later identified. Boom, 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 boom. She's saying that when she first called him, this call lasted 13 seconds. After being seen by Dr. Drake, these people left. They saw a large white pickup truck stopped outside of the building. Then now Dr. Drake called his wife back, and it was at 7:17 based on phone records. Mrs. Drake was at their shared residence. How do we know that Mr. Drake was on that line? We don't, right? We just can go off the phone records. In Hayden. After discussing routine family shit issues for several minutes, Mrs. Drake said her husband exclaimed while she was on the phone, "Oh my God, that something had struck him in the side." He then said he thought someone had shot him through the window. This is all hearsay. He then stopped responding to Mrs. Drake. Mrs. Drake hung up to call 911, right? Look at this. After a short period of time, do you see that right there? Let's see. A short time later. After a short period of time, Mrs. Drake estimated the time from when Dr. Drake no longer responding and to when she hung up the phone, basically, was approximately 15 seconds. Why the fuck does this matter? Why aren't you just telling us what time she called 911? Based on the timestamp from the phone and Mrs. Drake's estimation of the time when he stopped responding, puts the time of the shooting at approximately 7:26. Are you effing kidding me? Why aren't we just looking to see the time if she hung up the phone to call 911? Why aren't we going with that? Mrs. Drake dialed 911 to report what she had heard. Why aren't we talking about what time that happened at? You want to know why? Woo. The dispatch center in Coeur d'Alene patched her call first up to Bonners County Dispatch Center, and they patched it up to the Bonner County Sheriff's Dispatch Center. Why aren't we just talking about a time? Why can't we say what time this happened? Does anybody see a time in there? Okay, look at. If she had a call at 7:17, it lasted 9 minutes, so 7:26, right? Then she got off the phone to call 911. 7:17, it was 9 minutes, 7:26. We should be having a 7:27, 7:30. Maybe she just froze up, whatever. Like, that's what we should be looking at time frames. Well, what if I told you that she didn't call 911 until 8:59 p.m.? How would you feel about that? In this fucked up shit. How would you feel about that? You're going to say, wait, what? Wait, huh? Why wouldn't somebody just tell you when this woman called 911? Who could ever put this in a... You have phone records. How about the CAD notes of your own department? Right? Who could ever write up a probable cause knowing that this broad didn't call 911 when she says she did? And you want me to believe that this means a damn after I saw the same people in 2020? This is their work. This is their work in 2022. You think you want me to believe this shit? Do I blame Mrs. Drake? Nope. I blame the police. You want to go kill your husband and the police want to look the other way? Okay. I have a problem when they want to blame somebody else, though. You guys, this is probable cause for murder. Well, let me tell you why you thought she was home in Hayden. Okay, honey? Okay? Because her phone was there. It was in Hayden. You don't know if it was at her house. You have no fucking idea. Okay? But clearly, you think that you had enough to say that, okay, did it ping off of towers in Hayden at 6:42? Well, you have no idea who was actually calling that number. You have no idea who answered that phone. You have no fucking idea where Jennifer was. You may know where her phone was, but that doesn't mean you know where she was. You know how I know I'm right? Look at this. The dispatch center in Coeur d'Alene patched her call first up to the Bonners County Dispatch Center, and then they patched it all the way through to here. Okay. So this should all be in her phone records. It's not. Well, it is, but it's not. It is beginning at 8:32 p.m. with the final destination and a 911 send out at 8:59. That's what it is. Look at this eyewitness. Let's see. Eyewitness named Isaac Funderburg was outside of his apartment near his car when he reported hearing, it says a gunshot. No, this motherfucker said 2. He heard 2 gunshots. 2. They put 1. Unbelievable. How do I know it? because it's in reports. Funderburg's apartment was located directly across the street from Dr. Drake's office. Funderburg later advised he observed an adult male dressed in dark-colored clothing walking northwest. Funderburg said he yelled at the figure. This is all things that he said. Yep. Gotcha. Gotcha. He said he was okay. A-frame. Yep. Boom. Wait, what? Oh, his girlfriend. She also heard the shot. Shots. And observed the figure running away to the northeast. You know what's crazy is that she positively identified totally somebody else, but they don't talk about it. That's exculpatory. Look at this. The call to dispatch from Funderburg came in at 7:29. No, it didn't. It came in at 7:36. And I bet all of you guys are like, Lana, you're just totally lying to me. You think so? I'm going to prove it to you. Look at this. Funderburg and Sandlin were later shown several photographs, lineups, including the one that contained suspect Moore, but did not identify any individual with certainty. That's a lie. This is a lie. They positively identified a guy by the name of Hartman. Unfucking believable. This is a lie. These are the same people that wrote this. Same agency that's writing this wrote this. Do you guys understand this? Does anybody care? I mean, I care. I care so much that I went ahead and did this. I'm going to call your bluff. Here you go. Look at what I did. I went ahead and I checked every, take a look. 1-208-267-3151. What does that belong to? Foundry County Sheriff's Office. Sounds good. Perfect. What's next? Oh, Putin Health Emergency Department number. 1-218-625-5700. Okay. Next up, we got some hospitals. Okay. Bonners Ferry Police Department. Let's take a look. All right. 1-208-267-2412. Perfect. And then let's see what I did. Okay. I took phone records. $8:21, 11 seconds. 8:32, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. 8:45, 3 seconds. 8:46, 3 seconds. 8:48, 1 hour, or 1 minute and 58 seconds. 8:51, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 8:56, 31 seconds. 8:57, 16 seconds. 8:58, 32 seconds. And 8:59, 1 minute and 34 seconds. Okay? See all that? Dr. Drake called his wife at 7:17. Mrs. Drake was there as a resident. Oh, wait, so they're trying to say that she was in Kootenai County. Okay. When they talked at 7:17. They had a 9-minute and 15-second conversation. So that takes you to 7:26 and some change. Then all of this shit happened, and their call then, went black. And then Mrs. Drake hung up to call 911 after a short period of time. A short period of time. So what's a short period of time? Well, let's take a look. Look at all that craziness. One more time. All right, so here we go. What's the order that all that happened in again? Here it is. Hospital. Husband's personal number. Husband's work number. Bonner's hospital. Kootenai emergency. Here we go. Okay, let's take a look here. All right, so she called. They were in Kootenai County. Okay. And then she got redirected after she called. She had to get redirected. Okay, so then it was Bonners, the Bonners Police, and 911 Boundary County. That's what this shows. Okay, so this should be at 7:30, 7:35, something in that area, right? Let's take a look. No. 8:21, 8:32, 8:45, 8:46, 8:48, 8:51, 8:56, 8:57, 8:58, 8:59. I just went ahead and wrote over so you guys could see that. And then what do? I said, let's check one more thing out. Let's check out Google Maps. So that our viewership can understand it, right? Right. You want me to believe that PCA coffin effort? I'm not going to. Because I have proof, undeniable proof, that they have set up a man. So let's do all right. Right here. This is Hayden. Let's go ahead and see. We're going to add this to the project. New project, and we'll put Dan, and we'll put Brian Drake. And then we'll go ahead and we're going to add this route. Mm-mm-mm. 6811 Main Street. let's go ahead and add that to project. And let's go with that. Save. And perfect. And then let's go like this. Okay. And there you go. Hayden, Idaho is 67 miles from Bonners Ferry. I'm just throwing that out there so you guys can see. 67 miles. So roughly an hour, and I would just say 15 minutes, to be safe. Okay, hour and 15 minutes. Well, then I came back over to this lovely piece of merchandise and said, okay, the phone call from her, this would be from like Mrs. Drake. She got an incoming call, from Mr. Drake. Okay. And it began at 7:17. Okay. Allegedly started at 7:17 and it was for 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay. To drive from Bonners Ferry to Hayden, if you left, in this area between that, you're arriving in this area to be able to make sure that you are able to call at 8 when all that stuff started happening. 8:56 p.m. is when all the 911 started being dispatched out. This is the exact time frame that it would take you to drive back to Bonners Ferry, okay? Or I'm sorry, from Bonners Ferry back to your home. And you'd have to wait until you got, on the towers so that you could like ping in your area, okay? And people are going to say, well, if she received a call at this time from her husband, it would show like where she was when she received this call, and it would show that she was in Bonners Ferry, right? Well, it depends on if they went ahead and looked at that, right? But I believe that her phone was in fact in Hayden, and I believe that her phone was with 2 people. Her son and Steve. Why do I believe that? Because she created an alibi for every single person in her whole entire family before she went off of line at approximately 2:30. Okay. And she left her phone with these people. There was no outgoing, no incoming, no nothing. The only people that her cell phone, her husband's cell phone, and their kids' and this Steve guy's cell phone, they only talked to one another that whole entire day. That's it. Oh, I forgot. And the icing on the top is that when she called 911, her 911 phone call was hysterical, acting like it just had happened. Because she never in a million thousand years thought that somebody would be calling 911 because there was no reason to call 911. If you just hear a gunshot, you're not going to call and be like, oh, I heard a gunshot. Well, somebody did. And what ends up happening is that actually the police go to his office at 7:40. So her 911 call, when it comes in at 8:56 p.m., okay? She's over here acting hysterical like it just happened, not knowing that all this other shit had happened. How do I know this? Because of this and the phone records. Now, let's read this again and see if it is actually factual with some fuckerage. Is it fact for him to write that Dr. Drake called his wife at 7:17? Is that fine to assume that? Sure. His phone did make a phone call. It did call his wife. He's going to get away with that. Mrs. Drake was at their shared residence in Hayden. Well, unless you were sitting next to her, but can that look that way if her phone is in Hayden and pinging off of the same tower? Sure. At the time of the call, at the time of this call. Why would you have to go through any of this just to say when the broad called 911? You wouldn't. You would not have to do all of this if it was so simple to say that Mrs. Drake called 911 at 7:29. Period. Period. Just like this, you wouldn't have to do all of this if you had it by the nuts. But when I compared this probable cause to what they have on Brian Kohlberger, and it's by the same people, same agencies, Gary Tolson, good old Gare Bear. So is this, can you get away with that? Sure. Can you get away with that? Sure. After discussing routine family stuff, which I don't even know why you would even need to say any of that shit, but it matters because he's going to say, oh, this is what she told me. Okay. Can you get away with this? Something that struck in the side, blah, blah. He then said he thought someone had shot him through the window. Sure. But let me tell you what ends up happening. At 7:44 p.m., dispatch, somebody from dispatch calls her at 7:44. Why would somebody call Jennifer Drake at 7:44? She hasn't even called 911. She has called nobody. Why would they be calling her phone? How do they even fucking know her cell phone number? How does she have an incoming call at 7:44? That's what you call a tip-off. Does she answer it? No. Because she can't, because she's technically not with her phone. He then said he thought someone did it. Mrs. Drake hung up to call 911 after a short period of time. Can he get away with saying this? Yes, he can. Is that technically perjury? No, it's not. But do you see how fucking, you want to talk about probable causes and how they wrote this up, and I just showed you the facts of it? This is what they're writing off of the facts that I just showed you. If this doesn't concern you or worry you, I don't know whatever. Mrs. Drake estimated the time from Dr. Drake no longer responding and to when she hung up was approximately 15 seconds. This is why they can't say when Jennifer Drake called 911. Because she called 911 at like 8:56. Look at how they're writing this, guys. Based on the timestamp from the phones and Mrs. Drake's estimation on time of when he just stopped responding. Puts the time of the shooting at approximately 7:26. What in the actual fuck? Look at how creative this is. You guys, her 911 call is at 8:56. Why in the world would ISP ever say, wow, this, yep, we believe you. This sounds great. Let's go with it. Wouldn't you, as an investigator, come back down and sit down with this broad and say, wait, you didn't call 911 until like almost 9 o'clock. No, we're just going to get creative with the PCA to arrest somebody else. This isn't to arrest Jennifer Drake. This is to arrest a completely innocent man. So when you want to know why I've been spending so much time on this Drake and more chiropractic case, it's because of the people that did the case, that were investigating it. It's the same people that did the Idaho4 case. And if you don't have a problem with this, then I don't think that you pass 3rd grade. Because what I just showed you is how creative this language was. Because where is there technically a lie? Where is there a lie there? Oh, except for this. Look at how, and it's not even a lie. Mrs. Drake dialed 911 to report what she heard. This is not a lie. You guys, she did report what she heard. But you're leaving out that she was an hysterical fucking lunatic acting like it just happened. Meanwhile, medic already been there. Motherfucker's dead. Oh my God, my husband, you have to send somebody there. Da-da-da. Well, guess why she had to wait this long, motherfuckers? Because she had to be back pinging. She had to be able to be ping, ping, ping. Then, let me tell you what she went ahead and did in March, which basically sealed her fate, in my opinion, was when Jennifer Drake went to the media because she didn't think Lana was watching. And she did a typical, I don't even know what you want to call it. I to call it like, I don't even know. Oh, let me put it in. She collected her $1 million and then did this 3 years later. Which you can deal with God when he wants to deal with you. Okay, let's take a look at this. Look at this. Oop.
When I served, my work was critical. And I don't feel like that's the case anymore.
It got so bad that I was even thinking about suicide.
Is this for Viagra?
Whatever you're dealing with, call the Veterans Crisis Line.
Welcome back. Well, these charred remains
Oh,
and burned out
God, that's not what we
vehicles
want.
are a stark reminder of how quick the Medical
Dear
Lake fire spread
Lord.
on the very first day. The area is known as Nike Hill. At the time, we all
That is
saw
not-
flames, never really knowing what was there
That
until
is
now.
not what we want. That is not what we asked for. We asked for her interview. Jesus. I have to go back to my home thing. I'll just do that instead. Jeez. They're trying to conceal this. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. This is my pilot for it.
Lead the court to not find probable cause on the charges. My knowledge of the facts set forth in this affidavit are based upon my own observations or the observations of other sworn officers who've relayed their personal observations to me for purposes of this probable cause affidavit. This investigation involves the following statutes.
Family is getting creative to try to generate new tips and leads.
And they tell her, help me, Haley. They want justice. They will stop at nothing to get it.
Small town community, closely knit.
Bonners Ferry, Idaho.
We've got a lot of family-oriented people, a lot of people that attend local churches.
The address for about 2,500, home of the Badgers. Nestled along the Kootenai River, the Selkirk Mountains almost serving as protectors from evil until they couldn't.
How did you find out what happened? I was on the phone with them when it happened.
Just like the community where murder victim Dr. Brian Drake would launch his successful chiropractor business. His wife says he was wholesome, a man of God, loved music and family.
He was amazing. We had it all. We really did.
Brian and Jennifer married in '99. Love at first sight.
Oh, it was. Was it? Yes, we met at church.
Brian's career took them to Montana, Texas, and finally North Idaho, welcoming babies along the way.
We have 4. We have 3 boys and a girl. Very few people ever win the lottery like I did.
They had hit that sweet spot in life by the time Brian, Dr. Drake, opened up his own office along this stretch of Main Street in Bonners Ferry.
A great chiropractor, as opinion from his wife.
But also his patients.
Very compassionate. He helped me out a lot.
She didn't want her face on camera. Who could blame her after what happened on March 12th, 2020?
He was an innocent man who... Sorry. It was killed at the end of a business workday.
While on the phone with his wife.
It's a memory of sitting next to my daughter when it happened, and I'm the one who had to call 911.
Right there, she made the ultimate mistake. Because I took it upon myself to deep dive this for actually all the wrong reasons. I was looking for Tolson and the different cases that he ever worked on based off of what Ann Taylor had put in motion. So I went after everything that had to feature Gary Tolson, and I came across this case in 2020. And so I grabbed everything that I could with this case, and I replayed that to myself, and I said, wait a second, that's not fucking true. That's not right. That's not what happened. Watch. Right here.
It was killed at the end of a business workday.
While on the phone with his wife.
It's a memory of sitting next to my daughter when it happened, and I'm the one who had to call 911.
Responding officer.
So, this is what ended up happening. I was going through all of this stuff, and I came across, I wanted to know the first 2 days before the homicide. And on the 12th, she was setting up all of these events that, like, everything was getting shut down. She said that her kids were, going to some G3, blah, 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 this, blah, blah, blah. Well, we got to the girl, and she was supposed to go to a concert with Jennifer's friend named Beth. Beth was taking the girls to a concert, but the concert got canceled. And Beth let Jennifer know that the concert was canceled due to COVID on 3/12. And then Jennifer wrote out to Beth saying that she had talked to her daughter and that she wanted to spend the night, and that it was okay, it was okay with me if it's okay with you, so-and-so, and they're like, okay, well, we would love to keep her, that's fine. We would love to keep her. And then I confirmed this with even more data with that the daughter did 100% never see her mom that day. The afternoon, the evening, she was with her friend and the friend's mom, Beth. And right here, she says, goes on fucking national television and has the audacity to say that the reason I'm doing this is because we already know who did this. We need more evidence. Listen to this shit.
Officers found her husband of 21 years executed as he sat at his desk.
He did not know. It was behind him. Somebody shot him in the back through a window. And by the time he realized what had happened, the next step was unconsciousness.
A space once dedicated to healing turned the first murder scene in city limits since the early 1960s. And despite, as Jennifer calls it, diligent police work, 3 years later, the case remains open, in desperate need of perhaps.
Do you see how low, that window, those windows are? Just so you guys can see. Okay. Is this going to matter when we go forward?
We really are hoping that somebody will come up with some more information to substantiate what we already know.
Which is what, girl? I need to call the tip line right now. Let me just call it. What's the tip line? I'm feeling rather audacious today, so let's call the tip line. Okay, so she was not sitting next to her daughter. Her daughter was with her friend and the friend's mom. The son and her have the most amazing text messages back and forth where she tells her son to go to bed at 8:30. He's like, you think I can go to bed after this? You think I can go to bed after this? You think I can go to bed after this? After what? He texts his dad at 8:16 and 8:17 saying, I love you, Papa. Meanwhile, she hasn't even called the police yet. What in the fuck is going on? Diligent police work. $500,000, baby. She got $1 million. $1 million. So I was listening, and when I heard this part, I said, got her. Nuts, bolts, screwed. So I want Beth to come forward, and I'll split the money with you, Beth. Tell the police that you had the daughter, okay? Because this is all a fucking lie. And all it takes was to look at her her phone records, her text messages.
It was killed at the end of a business workday.
While on the phone with his wife.
It's a memory of sitting next to my daughter when it happened, and I'm the one who had to call 911.
Responding officers found her husband of
I would have
21
taken a big
years
swallow
executed.
there too. I just have to like regurgitate, inside my mouth. She got $1 million, $1 million bucks. You know what happened to this man? This 63-year-old practicing chiropractor, like with his, I don't know, probably like 60-year-old, I don't know, maybe she's older. They got literally ran out of that town. They've been in this town forever. Here, they bring in the swingers. These are the swingers of the town. They were living in Austin. He was always, I don't know, sticking his dick where it didn't belong. She's over here just lying about it, saying, no, he didn't do that type of stuff, blah, 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 because she can't act like she knows because then it's motive. Then you have her sister just ratting her the fuck out in interviews. She's over here just lying to police. And it is not police. This is ISP. And then they come up with this shit. Then they write this shit to arrest the motherfucker. And I'm over here like, these are the same people that are in charge of the Idaho4 investigation? I said, Aunt Taylor, hello? Here you go. What do you want? I got it all for you, Shug. Please watch my segment on this, but it took a lot of hours. I mean, you go through it, but it shouldn't have taken a lot of hours because I had to do like a lot of extra research that I shouldn't have had to do. They had all this. They had her phone records. They have his. They have everybody's. I've even found more stuff than you could ever imagine that just can pinpoint it down to really sick shit. But I have no problem saying this on the record, and I own it that I've questioned since day one if this man was actually shot at 7:26, and if he was in fact not shot earlier. If this man, they share, iClouds and stuff like that, but this man made no outgoing phone calls or received any incoming phone calls that whole entire day, except if it was with his wife or his child. And why is that important? Because I believe that those phones could be together at the same time being utilized. You don't know who's on the opposite end making phone calls. Why does it matter? Because they put it in the probable cause that, oh, this happened in Hayden. She called from Hayden. Well, guess what she did the day before? She asked him how many miles were on his car the day before. Why are you asking how many miles were on his car? It's a very weird question. And then she acts like she sent him to go drop off their taxes. But she's the one doing all the text messaging. Oh, hey, Brian's outside. Oh, hey, you just missed Brian with the papers. Oh, hey, should he put these? It's like, was he even alive that day? I mean, but I thought to myself, miles. Well, let's just take a look at how many miles were on Brian Drake's car, because he, if it is even him, wrote how many miles that he had on his car literally the day before he's murdered. Wild. Was she gonna say, yeah, look at, he just wrote me how many, he wrote me how many miles he had in his car, and then, oh my God, 67 miles were added to that, so he drove to work. I mean, this broad, dangerous. And here you have ISP all just being like, yep, sounds good. We're going to go after this fucking 63-year-old who has no connection to this case whatsoever, but we're going to blame this murder on another man. And they took it to court. They arrested this 63-year-old, gray-haired, probably a silver fox back in his day. And his wife is like a nurse of like, the community at the schools. And they said the motive was because this guy was stealing patients. What? This guy's borrowing money from a land shark. He was so successful. He's borrowing money from people. He just had his leg broken, 6 weeks prior to, in a way that he said he just slipped and fell. No, you have a spiral fracture, which is not from something slipping and falling and your legs coming up over, underneath you and you fall. Then I look into it and I was like, holy shit, they live in Hayden. They go to Coeur d'Alene. They are part of the church. They are so Mennonite. Church. In fact, they went to a G3 concert or G3 convention the year before. That's where Christ Church did his big old spiel. This guy loves blondes, big boobs, totally just loves coffee. Only because I have to laugh, otherwise I will cry. Do you guys know that in this probable cause that I had to read what they wrote about this man? They They said that he had a gas leak at his office. Because, they're going around there's only 3,000 people that live in Bonners Ferry. And here, I'll just let you guys see it. I literally was like, this has to be the wildest shit I've ever heard in a affidavit to arrest somebody, that this is what they're going with. This is what they have on this man, which is nothing, but I'm just like, wow, this is desperate times, calls for desperate measures. Look at this. Dr. Moore had originally been contacted on March 24th, 2020 by detectives. That conversation was not recorded. Detectives, they interviewed him, May 6th. He also said that Mick Millett, okay? This number it's the same one that we have. Oh, this is what happened, though. They said that this is what happened on that day, but check this out. Don't worry, none of those numbers are good anymore, y'all. Right about here. His alibi was the fucking coroner. He said his friend, Coroner Mick Millett, who has a key to his office, found him, got him out of the office. And I said, wait a second, what? Wait, what does this even mean? And they said, oh, wait a minute, you didn't hear why? You didn't hear why? This is the Dr. Daniel Moore and the gas leak. I said, what? In late April or early May, I learned that Dr. Daniel Moore, another chiropractor in Bonners Ferry, had experienced a gas leak at his office. Daniel Moore owns and operates Moore Chiropractic, which is located right down the road. Dr. Moore's office, blah, 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 right there. This gas leak event occurred on Sunday, March 15th, just a couple days after the murder. Dr. Moore had originally been contacted on March 24th by detectives because they were canvassing the area. During this canvass, Dr. Moore advised that he had gone alone to his office on Sunday, March 15th. The murder was on March 12th for the purpose of changing a furnace filter. He owns this building. He owns his practice. He said in an interview, I went to go change on his gas-fired furnace located in the basement. He said he was overcome by a gas leak and became unconscious. He said he did not notice the odor from the gas because this is
he isn't able to smell. He had something happen to him or some shit. Look at this. After looking it up, he didn't know what it was. Anosmia. He's like, he acted like we knew what anosmia meant. After looking it up, I later learned that anosmia was the loss of sense of smell. He acted like we knew what it was. He said he suffered from anosmia since he was a child. Listen to this. They have this in a probable cause to arrest this man. He said his friend Coroner Mick Millett, who had a key to his office, found him and got him out of the office. Dr. Moore said he was really close friends with Coroner Millett and socializes with him. You know, he just stops at his house and lives right literally by his office, like literally just a couple houses down from his office. Dr. Moore said he has no memory of being overcome by the gas. You guys, all of this shit and everything that he told them, the conclusion that they came up with is that in talking about the gas leak, Dr. Moore stated the only thing I can think of is that it was loose and it just got somehow like a little bit looser. And then gas tends to fill up. It's heavier than air and it just fills up. It must have just filled up. And then the fact that like Sunday I had left the door open as I came up, I guess, I don't know. And that's why the whole place was just full. In making this statement, Dr. Moore has incorrectly stated that natural gas is heavier than air. And therefore you are a killer. Shut the fuck up, man. You can't make this up. Oh, yes, I'm not. In making this statement, Dr. Moore has incorrectly stated that natural gas is heavier. I bet you he failed science. Natural gas is lighter than air and rises through any crack or opening. Dr. Moore further stated that some of the ladies who worked in his office had been complaining of headaches the previous week, but none of them had reported any gas odor. After the interview was over, I stated to see the location of the gas leak. Dr. Moore took me across the hall, and then I went down to the basement. Dr. Moore showed us the line where the gas had leaked around the fitting. Dr. Moore then pointed at a furnace filter on the ground. He had pointed a filter on the ground and advised it was the furnace filter he had purportedly left after being overcome by the gas. Dr. Moore said he did not know who killed Dr. Drake and that he did not have anything to do with it. Dr. Moore said he did not know Dr. Drake and had never met him. Dr. Moore said he had never heard anything negative about him and did not know who would ever want to hurt him. Dr. Moore said Dr. Drake practiced a different type of care than he did. Wait till you see this. Dr. Moore said he wanted to see less patients, not more. He's like 63 years old. He's on his way out. Dr. Moore said he had been practicing for 23 years and he is as busy as he wants to be. When asked about his ownership of firearms, Dr. Moore said he was not a real fan of guns since my dad was murdered when I was 3. When asked about this incident, he started, my mom and him had separated. He's just literally just talking to these officers, telling them about his life. They asked him if he owned any guns. He's like, I mean, Dr. Moore said he had purchased a small caliber handgun for his wife a few years earlier, but like, you know, just talks about that. Dr. Moore said he was even unable to say if it was a revolver or a semi-auto. Like, he doesn't know shit. He's just like, I'm not a gun guy. Like, I just, you know, people are like that, right? Look at this. Moore said
he was with Coroner Millette when the call came out over the shooting, like they had heard the scanner. The scanner reported stuff. He said, yeah, he had just said that I had come and just got some anti-diarrhea stuff. And I said, I'm going to go home. And I think there was, just blah, blah. Look at this. Look at these fucking crazy people. He then hits up the gas guy. Okay. Somebody that's like their expert puts in what an expert thought is like, I don't know, shit was just totally not loose. It was totally loose. And check this out. Dr. Drake's patient intake files show over 30 of his patients had seen Dr. Moore in the past. Prove that to me, because he had no fucking intake files. There are no files. Then he asked the coroner, Millette, and the alibi. I asked Millette about the ass leak. Look at this shit. You want to know what they said? They said that this man, right here, they said that this man tried to commit suicide. That he tried to commit suicide because he felt so guilty. The coroner is his alibi. He says, I was with the motherfucker, man. I was with him. I asked him if he was sure. He replied, I am absolutely positive. Then he says, his answers seem genuine and logical. He said that in these reports, said that Dr. Moore was so overcome with guilt that he attempted suicide. That's what the gas leak was for. I mean, I just can't even. And that this is, that there was all this surveillance. Look at this. During the course of the interview or the investigation, my office reviewed security camera footage obtained from numerous local businesses. Not all the timestamps are accurate. Yeah, they're not all accurate, but who cares? Some are off by 1 or 3 hours exactly. One is off by a few minutes and most are right on. Do you want to know what this one is off? You know how they said a few minutes? Well, Lana went a little deeper. Lana found out that this little off by a few minutes is actually 9 minutes and 15 seconds. The same amount of time that the phone call was. Talk about off. The footage in some of the clips cannot identify it. I mean, this is just wild. Anyways, just so you can see, this is absolutely unfucking believable. This was drawn up by the same people that did this, and it's just, woo, let's just frame people. Let's just do whatever we want. Lana, I love your passion. This is, if I was going to give you a show, guys, I try to prove why I feel the way I feel. And so back at this, I'm going to go help you. Again, all hearsay. This is not, I have a guy that's writing in a probable cause that when he reported hearing a gunshot, that's not what he reported hearing. Not just a gunshot. He said 2. There's a very, very important reason that this is important, is because no shell casings were found at the scene. Okay? Not even the one that allegedly went through the window. No shell casings were found there. None. So if somebody didn't go inside and they just shot from outside the window to shoot at this man, okay, and they just How? Wait, what? Where's the other bullet? Where's the other? What's going on here? It's because it was all staged. So, and then we have eyewitness reports. This whole thing is a damn lie too. Right here. This is a total lie. She positively identified this man as the man that was walking right by the place. Right there. That's exculpatory evidence because y'all were trying to figure out who that man was that was walking outside the building. And she identified him as this man. But you know what they did in a probable cause? They said that these two people didn't identify more, but do not say that they actually identified fucking Hartman. And that's some crazy ass shit. Because you are supposed to put exculpatory evidence in, and that's exculpatory. Lying. This is just all fucking lies. How about this? Oh, this guy just shot through the blinds that were totally closed and just totally nailed him. They left him on the floor until 3 p.m. Look at, I found Dr. Drake lying on his back in his exam room with a cell phone near his body. I seized this cell phone as evidence. Interesting to me. You didn't go into that room until 3 p.m. He was there at 7 p.m. the day before. So he didn't even get to the hospital. You guys didn't even try to work on him. Nothing happened. You let him just lay there for almost, 24 hours. Stellar work. Then we come over here. All hearsay. All of it's hearsay. You want me to believe any of this shit? None of it. So that's why I kept always saying is like, can we truly be mad at Dylan or Bethany or anything like that? No, because they didn't say this unless they're going to stand up there and testify to it. And guess what? That's why there was no preliminary hearing. Because you have to have 5 years experience to be able to testify to hearsay and have so much training. And none of those fuckers have it. None of them. That's why there was no preliminary hearing. Because in grand jury, it's different. Hearsay, I stated hearsay, all hearsay. Video canvas. In the area of King Road residents and surrounding neighborhoods in effort to locate the suspect or suspects. They said they collected numerous surveillance videos. Again, right here. They said detectives obtained surveillance videos from 18 local businesses. Okay. Well, guess what? There was one video that had the suspect on the camera. Video in the area, and he was on foot. He was on foot in that video. Videos in the area, both residential and business. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other. Yep, sounds great. After camera footage indicated that a white sedan hereby suspect vehicle 1. Check this out. Dr. Moore's primary vehicle is a white 4-door 2019 Tundra. Okay.
with Idaho plates. This vehicle has several distinguishing features to include black wheels, large tires, a black grill, and clear fog lights, okay? So they give this whole description of everything. This vehicle is unique in its appearance. On the stand, ISP couldn't even tell you anything about it when asked. Detectives have photographed the video and video recorded Dr. Moore getting into and driving this vehicle parked at his practice this past month. Same thing what they kind of did with Brian Kohlberger when they followed him the next day when he was driving around. What does that have anything to do with anything? After analyzing the footage from eight of the businesses, there's 18. We observed Dr. Moore's truck driving from the direction of his residence to where he said he was going. We later observed the truck leaving his house just prior to the shooting. Well, you don't know when the fucking shooting was because you don't have a 911 call, okay? You have Jennifer Drake's 911 call. And guess what? That's not good enough because her 911 call is at 8:56 p.m. So you ain't got shit. The truck is then seen circling the area where the shooting occurs two times, including driving down the area between the two buildings directly outside the window where the shooting occurs. This never happens with his vehicle. There may be another truck, but it ain't his. Including driving down the area between the two buildings directly outside the window where the shooting occurs, which is a drive-through for coffee. And then stopping for several seconds. Excuse me? Dr. Moore's truck then drives north on Main Street from Dr. Drake's office and parks at Dr. Moore's office. Again, what time do you think this is all happening? After parking, the tail lights flash in a manner consistent with Dr. Moore locking his truck with a keyless remote. Consistent. Remember that keyword, consistent? A human figure is then seen walking from the direction of Dr. Moore's office towards Dr. Drake's office. This is not seen. Oh, wait, but it is by Hartman, who's already been identified. Hartman has been identified by the eyewitnesses. 1.5 minutes before the shooting. You don't even know when the shooting occurred. And you know that this is not true because you have her phone records. This is all fucking lies. As previously established, the shooting occurs at 7:26. Oh my God. I'm sick to my stomach. A human figure is then seen walking and then running back from the area of Dr. Drake's office towards Dr. Moore's. Yeah, and guess what? Identified. And he had white khakis on. And he was dark, like Hawaiian. And he said that he worked at the gas station. You know that that's not him. You guys are sick motherfuckers. This is so sick. A human figure seen walking through Dr. Drake towards, okay. And the lights on the back of Dr. Moore's truck again flash. Again flash. In a manner consistent with Dr. Moore unlocking his truck using his keyless entry. His truck then is seen driving back towards Millett's house
300 feet away, you guys can't add for shit. Not 300 feet. Eyewitness Thunderberg's vehicle can be seen driving north alley before doing a U-turn, because guess what he said? This dude was on foot. He showed you him. He found him. He said, that's the guy, and it's not Dr. Moore. He identified him, positively identified him out of a picture. His girlfriend did it, his live-in fiance. After 5 minutes, Dr. Moore's truck then seen leaving. This is exactly what he told you he did. So now you guys want to talk to me about what I think this means? Mainstream media, I don't care, law enforcement. I will go toe-to-toe with anybody with my research all day, every day. Because, Jesus. Again, a review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block, right by the police department. And I have them on camera. Undercover. Approximately 3:26 a.m. How the fuck do you just think that you could pick a car out in Moscow and say that it came from WSU and it's the same car? Are you people sick? Are you that demented that you think you can connect this car to a car that came out of Pullman? And if anybody would convict on this, America is in trouble. How are you explaining to me that the car in WSU's campus is this car that you just found miraculously in the 700 block of Indian Hill Drive? This means nothing. Absolutely. You just positively identified a vehicle that you positively just told me has nothing to do with Brian Kohlberger. You do understand that. And then you followed this car for the duration of your little fucking experiment. Because you cannot connect this car to the car that left WSU. And if you seriously think that you're going to be able to do that in a courtroom, and if they get away with that, then shame on America. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1. Bullshit. So now you're saying this vehicle is this vehicle. So now you're taking a vehicle from over here and saying it's that vehicle over here now at 3:29 a.m. How are you able to track that? Because it's your fucking vehicle. Because it's your hybrid. All day, every day. And ending at 4:20. 4:20, let's all get stoned. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes. Great. Awesome. Great. They're just looping. Makes an initial 3 passes. Bullshit. You cannot positively identify any vehicle. And then leaving via Walenta. Based off of my experience, fuck your experience. It means nothing. As your experience, you would know that there's so many people walking around that area that fuck the cars. You have to also pay attention to all the people walking because this is a college town and everybody walks. So you better take in consideration the walking people and the cars. There's no license plates on anything. Upon reviewing the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area. Do any of them have a knife? Did the car run into the house and start stabbing people? Did Brian Kohlberger get out of the vehicle? No, 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 no. Wait till you hear those answers and questions on the stand. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time. Well, then this person is just fucking amazing, smart. 404 now. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road. Well, if you have all of this information, you're going to sit here and tell me how don't we have a positive, how don't we have him coming out of the vehicle if you think that this is so glamorous? No, you took Queen Road number 52 because you took that straight off of Google, and I have it on a video. It appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park. What is with all these 3-point turns? Karen Reed, 3-point turn. Now we have another 3-point turn. Where was it at? Oh, unsuccessfully attempts to park to turn around in the road. And then here we have to come and do a 3-point turn. And all this is telling me is that you're riding and dying with 404 to 420. They have to get out of their car. They got to get inside. They got to get back in the car. They got to fly away. And all this took place between this time and this time. Wow. Suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood. Likely. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles. Look at what they say. They contradict themselves. People commonly travel back and forth, but guess what? Him pinging 12 times in the area means stalking. Oh my God, but people commonly do travel back and forth, but you know what? This guy, he's pinged 12 times on a tower, and he is stalking, and now he's a killer. Unbelievable. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the federal bureau. Oh, look at that. The same people that did the IGG. We're just going to hand this over to you. And they identify year, model, unknown vehicle, all that stuff, right? Perfect. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years. Who cares? You're wrong because you said 2011 to 2013 into 2015, motherfucker. So I don't give a fuck about your 35 years because that's going to hurt you when you're cross-examined. He's specifically training includes, well, you failed. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner identified or initially believed why. You're going to have to explain that. You're going to have to explain how you think you're going to go from saying a 2011 is a 2015. Does anybody understand that? Probably nobody cares. I would care though. This type of a grill, these type of lights. Are the lights here? What kind of wheels are we working with? 2014, see the difference? 2015. See? 14, 15. All the new specs in 2015. See? That was one of the new pieces. So was this. The mirror with the new underlining to put the blinker on. The wheels. Look at that. See? Look at. There's even a difference there. This, you're not going to be able to get around that. You're not going to be able to get around the tires. When you're, and nobody can sit there and be like, we're talking about experts. This is 2012. 2012. See, they kept this. Look at the girls different, but they kept this type of a light for your fog, whatever you want to call it. But again, look at the wheels. This is your new wheel in 2015. Okay. So when you want to say it was between a 2011 to 2013, this is literally the car that you're looking for. And the biggest part's going to be here. Okay. And Brian Kohlberger's, he has the L-shaped light. That's the new biggest difference that year. And then if that's not good enough, then we have to go to the back of the car, which is depending upon, and are the lights on the inside? See how they're in the inside there? Or are they see? See, that's a perfect match. In 2013 again, same thing. That was the same type of light. You know, you don't have that L shape. It doesn't become an L shape until 2015. Then we get to the back of the car. 2014. You see how these are up and underneath? Well, in 2015, ready? They moved them outside and up. That was the other big piece that they did. Outside. Underneath, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, they moved them up and out. And so how you could initially say that something was this, it's because it's a different car. I learned way too much about Hyundai Elantras. I never want to see one again the rest of my life. But I'm telling you what, you're experts for shit. Why did he think it was a 2011, 2013? It's either shitty ass camera, okay, or you got him to say what you wanted him to say, which I would tell people to go piss up a tree. You know, if I'm telling you that it could be now between, it could never be this and that because it's totally a different make and model. It's totally different. That means that this means that the camera footage is pure shit. If you're going to gap it like that, that means that you cannot get clear images on the most important parts of the vehicle. Sayonara. Liars. Oh my God. Again, they're using camera footage here. This is what I think about camera footage. Go fuck yourself. Then this at approximately 5:25, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1. Are you serious? Who? What? The 2011, 2013? Or like now, I mean, you guys are nuts. Like, this is just nuts. How are you? We just go pick cars up out of the fucking blue. Then we're going to go ask people to be on the lookout. Okay, we're going to be on the lookout. But we're going to tell the police, hey, they don't have to be on the lookout for anything specific. They just need to look out for white Elantras. As a result, both people, they happen to come across the car within like 20 minutes of each other. Special. That same day at approximately 12:58, Curtis, come on down. Then here, I reviewed Kohlberger's Washington State driver's license. I can't wait to see how many people that you looked at their driver's license that drove an Elantra. Additionally, the photograph of Kohlberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. To who? To who? Because what I would think is a bush could be a totally smooth, bald-headed beeve. This is so subjective. I mean, it's just crazy. This is just all fucking nuts. Do you guys realize that in this whole thing, they never talk about anything to do with the FBI working on a tree, an IgG tree? Further investigation included a review. We're going to go ahead and take a look at him getting pulled over on August 21st, 2022. At the time, he was a sole occupant. What does that matter? Well, Kohlberger was detained again another time. Again, just like, wow, what shitty luck. This man got pulled over August, then again in October. Then he is pulled over twice on the highway in Indiana. Never cited. Dude, I wish I could get pulled over and just not cited every single time I get pulled over. On November 18th. Investigators believe that Kohlberger is still driving that car because it was captured on December 13th. Oh, wait, this was in Colorado. But we're not following him. But we didn't know about Kohlberger. And then here, Indiana. Talk about just somebody just cruising around. He's a PhD student. What does have any, I mean, beefy PCAs that have, none of this matters. As part of the investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity. So exactly, when this guy would have popped up on your radar, he would have been off your radar because he did not ping, right? He didn't hit. But then he's like, well, he could have shut his phone off. I mean, who wouldn't do that nowadays? Okay. Based on my training and experience. On December 23rd, Payne applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records. You know how hard that is to get? That ain't easy. This is so just total cast. The worst. Cast. Here you go. Here's Cast. Talk about your Verizon deals with AT&T. Here you go. Your towers. His cell carrier couldn't be served with a historical search warrant asking for his data subscriber records until after they had a positive ID on him from the DNA hit. Unbelievable. The phone could have connected to any 5G antennas that are spread throughout town rather than the two main AT&T towers. If AT&T or Verizon phone were at any of the following locations, it would ping off of the same tower that King Residence does. The PCA does not list probable locations. They don't claim that the pings place him in the neighborhood. If the cast info was strong enough to pin him to the location, why didn't they include it in the PCA? After receiving the information, they consulted with him. The member, she wanted this information and wanted to know all about this. Who did this? There's no GPS. Get that through your skulls, people. Then we're going to say, okay, now we're going to show you that at approximately 2:42 a.m., all right, his phone's pinging on a tower that his phone would ping at if he was at home, but he could also be out and about, okay? At approximately 2:47 a.m., this phone number stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in the area without cell, all the stuff that we know. And then when it comes back on at 4:48 a.m., all right, he's, out over this way. And this is what's crazy, is if his phone was out over this way based off of this, how in the world does Blaker, how is he able to do this? How is he able to write in the same probable cause that the King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast off, okay, resulting in blood, blah, blah, blah. It says that based on the locations, plural, of the suspect vehicle and the phone immediately following the murders, it is probable that Kohlberger went home. I thought he drove all over. Now, Blaker in his probable cause says that he went straight home. I just can't. You guys want to believe this shit, you go right ahead. I'm not. I love you guys to death. I'm out.
understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything